Good morning. I'd like to call the Thursday, June 22nd meeting of the Delta Stewardship Council to order and begin with the roll call.
Damrow here.
Weinberg here.
Tatayan here.
Fiorini.
Thompson here.
Mike Gatto extends his regrets that he's unable to join us today. He and his wife welcomed a new baby boy into their family, and so he is busy at home today and will not be able to join us. But Mike, if you're following along on the webcast, congratulations to you. We miss you. With that, file item number 3 calls for a closed executive session. We will recess to executive session. For those of you that are following along, I expect that it will last about an hour, so tune back in around 9 o'clock or a little after, and we should be back in open session. We are now in closed session. Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. We have just come out of closed session. I have nothing to report from closed session. Take this opportunity to welcome all of you who are here to join us. The first item, file item 5, as promised, has moved an action item regarding a Delta Plan amendment for conveyance, storage, and operations to the front of the list to accommodate those of you who have an interest in that. We have 3 other action items today as well. With that, I'd like to call upon our Executive Officer, Jessica Pearson, to introduce file item number 5.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Well, we're at a milestone today, one that builds on 2 years of discussion, analysis, and public input as to how the council should approach its mandate to promote options for conveyance, storage, and the operations of both to achieve the co-equal goals and to fulfill the commitment we made originally in the Delta Plan in 2013. Advice from panels of scientific experts and practitioners in the fall of 2015 led to your endorsement of guiding principles and an initial problem statement. We then spent 2016 building a team, hiring help, and exploring the landscape in which conveyance, operations, and storage decisions are made and who makes them. We also learned more about the types of pending decisions on the topic that our amendment may influence. This February, we released the first draft of the amendment, which began around 20 pages long. We held public meetings and workshops and released subsequent drafts in April, May, and now a 4th in June. Each successive draft has included changes that are intended to be responsive to comments from the public and the council, and each version has included citations of additional scientific literature or supporting reports where relevant. Because most of the focus of public comments has been on the conveyance recommendations and narratives, that is where the most changes have occurred over the course of this amendment, but certainly not where all the changes have occurred. This June draft features changes on the following topics, which Carrie will walk us through in just a moment. As to changes in this draft, there were concerns that our draft needed more language on, or perhaps better integration with existing recommendations, laws, and requirements in the Delta Plan on reduced Delta reliance and improved regional self-reliance actions that exporters and others should take. We also heard from some that an alternative to new conveyance should be instead to invest in building more south of Delta storage. We had already included reference to research in our last draft that points to some of the limitations of new south of Delta storage, absent significant improvements in how you move water to fill that storage. But we've also added additional language now on the shortcomings of what we see as a storage-only approach to the co-equal goals. We've heard a lot about concerns regarding conveyance construction impacts, perhaps as much as the concern for long-term effects of any major projects. Construction of any conveyance project will no doubt bring disruption to local communities, as would any public works projects, including major levee work. But the scale of that disruption can be addressed, should be addressed, and eliminated and mitigated where possible. We've had the opportunity to make clear statements on this in our amendment, and we've made many changes as a result of these concerns, building on protections already required by the Delta Plan and other laws and regulations. Specifically, last month, we heard concerns from the public regarding the need for our draft to better address water quality protections in light of any major project or major operational changes, particularly salinity protections. So we've added language to that end. We heard concerns regarding local in-Delta groundwater supplies and whether they might be impacted by any construction in the Delta. We added language on this. In response to public comment, council members asked for language in the amendment consistent with our protections in the Delta Plan to be more explicit about protecting legacy communities from both short and long-term impacts. We've done so. Ultimately, we are before you today to present, to get additional guidance, to hear from the public, and then ultimately to ask for your vote to move to the next step of analysis and expert science review. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Anthony Novacero.
Good morning, council members and Chair Ferrarini.
Good morning.
I want to set up our discussion today with this overview of our presentation. At the table on my right, we have Carrie Shively of Stantec, who will discuss recently received comments and the changes to the May draft. Next to Carrie is Ellen Garber of Shute, Mahaley, and Weinberger, LLP, who will discuss the upcoming CEQA review for this amendment, as well for the D-list and performance measure amendments. Then I will wrap up a presentation with next steps in the Delta Plan CSO amendment process as we seek council action today. And now I'll hand over to Carrie.
Thank you, Anthony. And good morning, Chairman Fiorini and council members. I'm going to review some of the changes that we've made to the draft since last month's meeting. So I'll start off with going through some of the comments that we heard from council members. Some of those were also echoed in comment letters and comments that we heard verbally in the last meeting. So I'll identify where those overlap and where we've addressed those in the document. And then I'll go over other changes that were made to the document related to other comments that we received in coordination with state agencies that has occurred since the last draft was produced. I'm going to reference page numbers from attachment 1 to your packet in this item number 5, attachment 1. This is the clean version without track changes. And I may also reference attachment 3, which has a summary of, at a high level, some of our responses to the council comments and concerns that were raised in the last meeting. So, at the prior council meeting, Councilmember Tatayan raised concerns over the effects of potential new Delta conveyance on groundwater and groundwater quality in the Delta. So this issue was also highlighted in our panel discussion and has been echoed in some of the comment letters that we've received. In response, changes were made to the conveyance recommendation B2I, which begins on page 29 of the draft and carries over onto page 30. This recommendation defines the items that should be considered in detailed project implementation plans for new Delta conveyance. And this section was amended to include a new item that directs us to look at the effects on local surface water and groundwater supplies during construction. Both temporary and long-term effects to groundwater levels and quality are also items that are typically addressed under CEQA as part of environmental review, both at a program level and at a project-specific level.
Could you, Carrie, could you specify line, page, and line?
Absolutely. If you look at page 30, line number 4, item 5, effects on local surface water and groundwater supplies during construction.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, you're using the clean version, not the red line version?
Yes, like I
when you
said,
reference
attachment
them.
1. So if I reference page numbers or line numbers, it'll be attachment 1 in your packet. Okay, if there's no further comments on that. Several council members also suggested the need to recognize legacy communities and incorporate protections for those communities in the amendment recommendations. So in response, we've made changes to both the introduction as well as some of the recommendations in the plan, and I will review those as well. In the problem statement, and this you can find on page 17 of attachment 1, we added reference to legacy communities, and we also included a footnote definition. That definition is consistent with the definition included in the Delta Plan, as well as the appropriate public resources code. We also added a reference to Delta Plan Recommendation DPR3, which encourages planning for the vitality and preservation of legacy communities, and that also appears on page 17.
If you could give the line in each case for.
Yes. So
Clarity.
that would be line 23 is where we identify Delta Plan Recommendation DPR3. And at the top of the page on line 3, right after communities, we include legacy communities, and you can see that's footnoted in footnote 81, which describes and provides a definition for legacy communities and references Public Resource Code section 3230F. So in addition to that reference that's included in the introduction, we also made modifications to the recommendations portion of the amendment. You can find that on page 29.
Chair. Carrie, if I could just stop you there. Can we go back to line 3? I mean, I think it's pretty clear that there are not potential impacts, there are impacts. So why have we included potential? I mean, I think it's quite obvious to my colleagues and to the public that there are going to be not only impacts, but considerable impacts to the legacy communities. I'm on line 3, page 17. My question was on page 17, line 3, or excuse me, line 2. The line basically says, still has the potential for impacts to Delta communities. And my question is why are we including the word potential when it's quite clear that the impacts are going to be there, and in some cases, severe impacts?
I think it's also possible to eliminate or mitigate impacts, which is a major thrust of our document. Will all be eliminated or mitigated? No. It depends on the project details. So I think potential for impacts is true. What more can we do to reduce impacts is also what I'm interested in hearing comments on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had,
It's outside the Delta.
Michael, you'll have your opportunity to speak. I just want to remind everybody that we've had a pretty good run of several months of meetings that have shown respect for those that are commenting. We're going to hear from the public after we have reviewed the changes to this document. The council will have an opportunity to ask questions. So I just remind the audience to maintain a level of decorum and respect for those who are going to be commenting today.
So I'm willing to entertain language changes in this section if there's some proposed, of course. But I do want to encourage us to think through where else in this document can we point to reduction or elimination of impacts.
Yeah, and I think before we take any recommended changes, we should go through all of the changes because in some cases, there are specific recommendations that may apply to the narrative in the introduction.
Mr. Chair, I agree. if we're going to talk about this in detail after the presentation, I want my colleagues to think about some of the concerns that I have, and saying potential. I hope my colleagues will agree with me that there are more than potential. There are severe impacts to the legacy communities.
Right.
So thank you.
Okay. Okay, anything else on that matter? Then, Carrie, let's proceed.
Okay, I will direct you to the recommendations on page 29. Let me get you the line number. So line numbers 22 through 25, it's about midway down the page. We've amended text. This is the section that describes the development of detailed project implementation plans for any conveyance projects in the Delta, and the issues and concerns that should be addressed in those detailed project implementation plans. And the text that was added and amended, as I said, it's lines 22 through 25, and it adds consideration of protecting the unique character and historical importance of legacy communities, with a footnote for the definition of legacy communities, consistent with state policy regarding the human right to water. So that was an addition that was in response to the need to make sure we had that included. Okay. Councilmember Weinberg had commented in the last meeting as to whether we had properly considered effects on Delta water quality in the CSO amendment. And other commenters also raised this concern about, in particular, how changes in Delta salinity might impact crops grown in the Delta and other agricultural enterprises, as well as intakes. So we've been responsive to these concerns by including various stipulations in the recommendations to avoid or minimize adverse effects on water quality and water levels for a variety of uses, including environmental, municipal, and agricultural, and including temporary effects on water quality during construction, so not just long-term impacts. So in today's draft, you'll see that 3 operations recommendations have been added to the amendment. Those appear in section 3. And the first is on page 37. And these appear on lines 21 through 27 of page 37. So operations recommendation 1A, item 4, was added to read, avoid or mitigate adverse effects on agriculture in the Delta, including identifying salinity targets suitable for the types of crops grown in the Delta. And the recommendation immediately below it, item 5, was added to read, protection of the quality, reliability, and affordability of water supplies for communities relying on impaired water supplies, including disadvantaged communities, consistent with California Water Code section 106.3. And similar language was also included under item D2 on page 40, which addresses the operation of facilities outside the Delta. So there's 3 locations where we've amended the language to address that concern related to water quality. And I think Dr. Dom has some comments he'd like to add also in relation to the effects of salinity changes on Delta crops.
Thank you. I wanted to provide some information to the audience and to the council about this issue of salinity and crop yields. This is a topic that I think many people have brought up, and it's an important topic, and one that needs to be discussed and thought of in a very, I think, scientific and detailed manner. I wanted to highlight that there is a voluminous amount of literature on this topic. The amount of literature on how crop yields are affected by salinity is studied all over the world. I spent some time trying to dig into the recent literature that is directed at this topic relative to the Delta, and I came across and have read 2, I think, really excellent reports or peer-reviewed papers. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of the results from those papers to give you some sense of, I think, how the wording here on avoid or mitigate adverse effects on agriculture, I want to make sure we're clear on what constitutes salinity that will be producing adverse effects on crops within the Delta. So if you'll give me a few minutes, I will spend a little time going over these 2 papers. Before I do so, I need to define a couple units that I'm going to be speaking to. And this is a discussion we've had earlier when we talk about units that are used to measure salinity. One of those units is conductivity, and conductivity is what we often report out to the council in terms of the conductivity of the Sacramento River or the San Joaquin River. The other unit that I need to highlight and make sure you're clear on is the unit of total dissolved solids. That is the unit of TDS, usually given in parts per million. And being able to go back and forth between conductivity, which is reported in the units of microsiemens per centimeter, or sometimes millisiemens per meter, and sometimes decisiemens per meter. It gets rather convoluted. I want to make sure that I'm clear on these units. So let me go through a quick primer on the units, and then I'll discuss how it affects the crops in the Delta. So let's start with the unit description. 500 microsiemens per centimeter, which would be the kind of value you would often see during low flow conditions in the San Joaquin River, for example. If to convert that to parts per million, you would need to divide that number by a constant approximately 1.56. So 500 microsiemens per centimeter yields a TDS of about 321 parts per million. 1,000 microsiemens per centimeter is about 640 parts per million. 1,500 microsiemens per centimeter is about 960 parts per million. 2,000 microsiemens per centimeter is the same as 1,282 parts per million total dissolved solids. 2,000 microsiemens per centimeter is the same as 2 millisiemens per centimeter. The two papers that I want to highlight for you is one that was produced in 2010 by the California Environmental Protection Agency and the State Water Resources Control Board. This was done by Dr. Glenn J. Hoffman, a world leader on crop salinity impacts. Published in 2010, Dr. Hoffman is from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. This report is available online at the website for the State Water Resources Control Board. The second paper I want to draw some material from and I want to highlight for you is a paper published in March of 2014, a peer-reviewed paper published in San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Science. The authors of this paper are Josue Medellin Azuara from University of California, Davis, co-authors Richard Howitt, Ellen Hannock, Jay Lund, and William Fleener. I want to first of all read the first three sentences of the abstract of the Azuara paper because I think it poses the problem well. The first three sentences of the abstract say, sea level rise, large-scale flooding, and new conveyance arrangements for water exports may increase future water salinity for local agriculture production in California's Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. Increasing salinity in crop root zones often decreases crop yields and crop revenues. Salinity effects are nonlinear and vary with crop choice and other factors including drainage and residence time of irrigation water. So that's how they introduce their abstract. They then go into a very detailed analysis of agricultural losses from salinity in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. The first concept that they point out is that the response of crops to salinity is a sigmoidal curve, and this has pretty much universally been shown. There are certain salinities at the low end of the salinity spectrum where there are no effects on crops. There is then a nonlinear point at which crops begin to become sensitive to that salt and yields decrease. That point where that transition from little or no effect to a significant effect varies with the type of crop. A lot of effort, for example, now goes into coming up with crops that are more salt tolerant, for example. The data that is presented in both of these reports points out that the range in which crop impacts tend to be very, very low or zero is when you're below 1 to 2 millisiemens per centimeter, or 1,000 to 2,000 microsiemens per centimeter. That translates back to this area of somewhere between 640 and 1,280 parts per million. Current standards, as I understand them, in the South and West Delta are currently 500 parts per million, or somewhere in this 800 to 900 microsiemens per centimeter. That's the current standard. There is a proposal to change that to 700 parts per million, total dissolved solid. That would then push that value up to a little over 1,000 microsiemens per centimeter. So these are these kinds of responses then produce decreased yield when you get above some of these thresholds, and it depends on the crop. This report by Glenn Hoffman goes into great detail on how different crops respond. The crop that is most sensitive within the Delta appears to be the dry bean crop. Other crops that are also sensitive to the salinity that would be potentially having an effect in this 1,000 to 2,000 microsiemens per centimeter include, make sure I'm accurate here on giving you the most sensitive crops that have been identified that are grown in the Delta. Almonds, apricots, walnut, and bean are the 4 most sensitive crops. And like I say, when you start to get into this 1,000 to 2,000 microsiemens per centimeter, or 1 to 2 millisiemens per centimeter, which you can then translate that into a TDS if you would like, that's where you would begin to start seeing significant effects on crop yield. The analysis done by the UC Davis folk ended up with the following conclusions. The results of this study suggest that salinity increases could have much smaller economic effects on Delta farming than other likely changes in the Delta, such as retirement of agricultural lands after large-scale flooding and habitat development. Integrating hydrodynamic modeling, information on water salinity, and economic models can provide insights into controversial management issues, and certainly anything that pushes salinity anywhere in the Delta up above these thresholds that I just mentioned will have a negative effect on crops. So this is, I think, gives you a pretty good baseline of where those protective standards should be.
Thank you, Dr. Dom. Really appreciate that, because this seemed to be, an area we were getting comments on and trying to get a handle on that. So if we were to look at North Delta crop types and salinities, and I think where the most concern has been expressed is in South Delta salinity, and then the crop types that are prevalent in that area. Where are we seeing sort of the almonds, apricots, and was it dry bean was the third one? Where do we see those grown?
Predominantly in the North Delta.
And then salinity, changes in salinity in the North Delta, I think I'm going to go back to TDS because that's what I'm comfortable with, but what the state board's proposing is raising that upper limit in I think critically dry periods to 700 parts per million. Is anything like that experienced in the North Delta in dry conditions?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, because, this was interesting to me because I think coming from Southern California, we have a different kind of view on salinity because we get Colorado River water, and the crop types that I'm familiar with in the South Delta are similar to some extent to what is grown in Imperial County down in the desert that's on Colorado River water. That's 800 to 900 parts per million. So, if this threshold is 640 to 1240, are the crop types that grown in the South Delta, are they sort of, do they tend to be, and maybe we don't have that answer, but do they tend to be more at that, 1240 parts per million threshold? Or usually it's something when it gets to 900, 1,000, my experience is it starts to have an effect, but then that just means typically you irrigate more to leach out the salts. It's not sort of a game ender. But I don't know if that's, that's the case with the type of crops, that's a hard one, grown in the South Delta.
So go back to this concept of a sigmoidal curve. If you're under 1,000 microsiemens per centimeter, which would be your 640 parts per million, the general sense of it is that's protective. As you get into that 1,000 to 2,000, which would get up to about 1,280 parts per million, there may begin to be some
Right.
effects on crops.
Right. So where the state board's going on that standard seems to take into account the sensitivity of maybe most of the crops, or the crops that, avoiding these really large salinity numbers. I just have to say, again, coming from Southern California, if we can get water that's 500 parts per million, we're very happy. And if, I think excuse me, I'm trying to be sensitive to the issues that you've raised, but also understanding the crops. So if the worst case on the San Joaquin River is something over 300, that's why I'm trying to understand what is meant by brackish water. I would say, yeah, if you're starting to get, up to 1,000 parts per million, yeah, that's the secondary drinking water standard. So you are allowed to drink water if it's below 1,000 parts per million. That's the Safe Drinking Water Act EPA standard. So I want to get some context on water quality. Nobody's saying you have to have bad water quality, but I'm trying to understand the severity of this issue because it's been raised as a concern. And so, looking at North Delta agriculture, I'm seeing that, that's not where the impacts of salinity. The concern on salinity increases in the South Delta, yeah, that's a valid concern, but what are the effects of that on agriculture and recreation? I don't know, salt sensitivity of sport fishing, in this range. Fish tend to go where the water quality is acceptable to them. So I'm just trying to frame this, and this is very helpful because, we heard a lot of claims about, gee, I need 200 parts per million water for my agriculture, and well, that, I don't know, that may be the case in the North Delta, but it doesn't seem like South Delta crops are that sensitive to salinity. And I think that's reinforced by where the state board went with their limit, just to understand that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I want to broaden the question a bit about salinity. I've often wondered, and this is in relation to intakes, the exuer, that point where the freshwater and the saltwater meet, has been moving up into the delta. There's no question about that. I have farmers in the Montezuma Hills who tell me that they've had to quit pumping at certain times. So the question as it relates to water quality is if and when intakes are placed in the North Delta, won't that impede flow, which will cause the X2 point to move further into the delta, absent climate change or anything else? So I'd like to have staff talk about this intake issue and how it might affect the flows and therefore affect pushing that saltwater point back into the bay.
I think among us, Cliff is probably, best poised to talk about X2. We're not proposing any sort of specific location for any sort of specific intakes in this project, so that's an analysis that would be best done by project proponents.
And Jessica, I understand this, but it's a simple question. I mean, we've been thinking about this for a long time. You all for maybe 8 or 9 years. I'm new at it, but the question is pretty simple. If you impede flows, if you start taking water out of the North Delta, you don't have that flushing effect, I would assume. I'm not a scientist, but I'm just trying to ask the question.
Jessica, won't we get to this later on when we get to our performance measures in Chapter 6 regarding
To
water
some
quality?
to some extent, yes. I mean, any changes in the regulatory standard for salinity are handled by the State Water Resources Control Board and also consider factors by federal and state fish agencies. So that's not something we get into detail about here, I think appropriately. But I obviously, it's a concern that would be looked at in other venues.
And I just would mention that certainly if you decrease the flow through the delta, you're going to increase the salinity in the western and southern delta. So it is particularly under low flow conditions when standards need to be, the operations need to be such that you don't allow that to occur.
Okay, I'm not sure where you left off, Carrie, but pick up from that point and let's move forward.
All right. So, Councilmember Thompson had identified some concerns that reduced reliance on the Delta and improved regional self-reliance may not be adequately addressed through the CSO amendment. The draft amendment language includes a number of references to and provisions for reducing reliance on the Delta and encouraging greater regional self-reliance, consistent with what's already in the Delta plan. This includes about 30 references in the introduction and problem statements to reduced reliance on the Delta and increased regional self-reliance, and another 10 references to these within the actual recommendations themselves. I'm not going to go over all of these, but I will highlight a few of them as examples. The introduction language describes the relationship between the CSO amendment and other existing provisions of the Delta Plan, including those related to reducing reliance and encouraging regional self-reliance. Specifically, on page 5, line 15, we recently added references to Chapter 3 and Appendix G of the Delta Plan, which addresses the existing Delta Plan provisions for reduced reliance on the Delta and greater regional self-reliance. So that's a cross-reference to additional information that's in the plan already. We also added
Where is that again? That's page 15?
That's page 5, sorry.
Page 5.
Page
I'm
5,
sorry.
line 15,
Okay, got it.
kind of in the middle of the line there.
Thank you.
And these are just some of the new additions that I'm highlighting right now since the press draft. We also added some language at the bottom of page 6. This appears in line 32. To reinforce the importance of reduced reliance on the Delta in the context of conveyance, storage, and operations. And on page 7, another reference was added to the regulatory policies related to these. So that's regulatory policy WRP1 and recommendations WRR4 and WRR18, and those appear on line 3 of page 7.
Carrie, is reduced reliance defined or described?
Why, yes, it is. You just got to my next point. We added some references to existing definitions in the Delta Plan. There's about 16 of them that are added throughout the document, and one of those that was added relates to regional self-reliance, which has a definition already in the Delta Plan. Reduced reliance on the Delta does not have a specific definition in the glossary of the Delta Plan, so we didn't add that. But you can see that reference to regional self-reliance appear on, sorry, I should have had that at hand.
It's on the bottom, page 32.
Page 32, footnote number 110. And that's where it first appears within the actual recommendations.
So that's regional self-reliance, right?
Correct.
And on, well, that's not reduced reliance. Yeah, my question was
WRP.
how we explain what reduced reliance on the delta means.
So WRP1, which is an existing regulatory policy within the Delta Plan, describes and defines reduced reliance on the Delta.
Do we footnote or otherwise repeat that explanation?
We did not repeat the explanation or the language directly. We just referred to the regulatory policy.
It's on the bottom of page 36.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think for clarity's sake, as regional self-reliance is explained, that reduced reliance on the delta could be perhaps explained by reference, by more than reference. In other words, if you looked at this document, you'd know what the essence was. Is that possible, Jessica?
Yes, and I do have WRP1 here I could read into the record, which better defines it. And then as well, if you combine that with our proposed performance measures on how we are going to measure reduced reliance, then that paints, I think, the clearest picture of where the council stands on this issue.
Okay.
So WRP1 is our current regulation on reduced reliance in the Delta and would apply to any covered action that would come before the council. And you may remember this language well from 2012, 2013, where it was hotly debated in public. Water shall not be exported from, transferred through, or used in the Delta if all of the following apply. If one or more water suppliers that would receive water as a result of the export, transfer, or use have failed to adequately contribute to reduced reliance on the Delta and improved regional self-reliance consistent with all the requirements listed in this section. If that failure has significantly caused the need for the export, transfer, or use, the export, transfer, or use would have a significant adverse environmental impact in the Delta. Water suppliers that have done all of the following are contributing to reduced reliance on the Delta and improved regional self-reliance and are therefore consistent with this policy. Have they completed a current urban or agricultural water management plan, which has been reviewed by the Department of Water Resources for compliance with law? Have they identified, evaluated, and commenced implementation consistent with their implementation schedule that they set forth in their management plan of all programs and projects included in the plan that are locally cost-effective and technically feasible, which reduce reliance on the Delta? Included in the plan commencing in 2015, the expected outcome for a measurable reduction in Delta reliance and improvement in regional self-reliance. The expected outcome for measurable reduction in Delta reliance and improvement in regional self-reliance shall be reported in their plan as the reduction in the amount of water used or in the percentage of water used from the Delta watershed.
It's somewhat long, but
Certainly, like all the other definitions we've footnoted, we could include
yeah,
that definition.
because I think it really matters for those concerned about all of this, and it's a real standard, and it's one that will apply should the council have a covered action come before it, and a covered action would include a new conveyance system.
That's right.
Yeah, we'll come, I assume, Mr. Chairman, we'll come back to things, but that would
We can
be on our
include
list
both
along with potential as
we can include both
Skip
the
mentioned.
definition, as we've included other definitions, as well as a summary of the definition in the narrative. I think that way you don't have to read the cross-reference, that it's actually explained in the narrative.
Thank you.
Okay, so continuing on to where other references to reduced reliance on the Delta and regional self-reliance are, appear in the current draft. Page 9 on lines 28 and 29. We had existing references to the need to combine investments in conveyance, storage, and operations with new investments in regional self-reliance as cited throughout the Delta Plan. So that kind of falls along the theme of integrating multiple actions and a suite of actions that are needed to address the co-equal goals. On page 13, a new section was added titled Reduced Reliance on the Delta. It starts, I think, on line 6 and extends through line 19.
Page 13.
Page 13.
Lines 3 through 35.
Yep. And some of the new text that we added in this section describes reducing reliance on the Delta as state policy. That starts on line 7 and continues through line 10. And it also references, again, that regulatory policy, WRP1, as well as Chapter 3 and Appendix G of the Delta Plan for more information. So I think this is an area where we could add that text that's been suggested to expand upon the definition. And then on page 21, lines 12, 16, and 17. That's another area where we've added some additional text just to reinforce that new and improved conveyance and surface storage in the Delta should be integrated and support other actions to reduce reliance on the Delta and achieve greater regional self-reliance.
And Carrie, these changes are a result of comment letters and public comment that we've received?
They're a result of a combination of public comment as well as comment from council members.
Yeah, particularly Councilmember Thompson, at the end of the meeting last month, talked a lot about how we needed to raise the profile of reduced reliance actions as well as improving regional self-reliance. So we did that both by adding new language, but also referring to what's currently in the Delta Plan in terms of regulations and recommendations. I think his point was that we need to make sure that everyone's on the hook for reducing reliance.
Absolutely. We made those changes, not just in the introduction and problem statements, which is what I've just gone over, but also within the recommendations portion of the amendment. They appear within our storage recommendations, within our operations recommendations, and we added several new references as well, just in response to Councilmember Thompson's comments at the last meeting. So if you take a look at page 32, lines 1 through 6 and 12 through 16. Again, this is a page we were on previously that includes a new footnote reference, footnote number 110, to the definition for regional self-reliance. And we can add a similar reference to reduce reliance on the Delta, as has been discussed. And what else? We have another location where that appears on page 32. That's where we added, where we reference opportunities to store stormwater and recycled water supplies as a strategy for improved regional water management and reduced reliance on the Delta. That's actually an entry that we had made, I think, in one of our prior revisions, but I wanted to highlight that as well, and that appears kind of at the top of the page on 32. And we have some similar references within the storage recommendations. I'll highlight an example at the bottom of page 33 on line 31. We talk about contributing to reduced reliance on the Delta and regional self-reliance, particularly during dry periods and through the storage of available water supplies during wet periods for use during dry periods. Again, that was an edit that was made to a prior draft, but I wanted to highlight that today. And last, we also have some changes in the operations recommendations related to reduced reliance on the Delta. So the first one appears on page 36, line 27. And we added at the end of item number 4 there, that to reduce reliance on the Delta and promote regional self-reliance. And we added, again, a footnote number 116, that refers to the regulatory policy as well as the recommendations that are already in the Delta plan. And similarly, on page 40, lines 1 through 3, which appear at the top, very top of page 40, we had an existing reference to improving the ability of regions that rely on the Delta for all or a portion of their water supplies to withstand and adapt to changing current and future hydrologic conditions. And I think, as has been mentioned, performance measures related to the CSO amendment that are going to be discussed as part of another agenda item also address reduced reliance on the Delta, and that particular performance measure is performance measure 3.4.
Any more questions of Carrie? Okay.
All right. On that topic, I think she has a few more changes she wants to go over.
Yes, there's other changes. That's just
Okay.
for reduced reliance on the Delta and greater regional self-reliance. So another comment we had, Councilmember Thompson commented that the Delta as a place should be emphasized more in the CSO amendment. The Delta as a place is described, and its importance is discussed in numerous locations throughout the introduction and problem statements in particular. It shows up in about 7 different locations in that upfront portion of the text, and it also is reflected in the recommendations. I'm not going to go over everywhere it appears in the introduction and problem statements, but did want to highlight it a couple places where it appears in the recommendations and where we've added text to make sure that we're emphasizing that point.
Yeah, particularly highlighting changes, I think, from the last draft.
Exactly. So on page 24, lines 13 and 14. We added text to this recommendations paragraph noting that there's a need to implement integrated projects that optimally achieve the CEQA goals while protecting and enhancing the unique cultural, recreational, natural resource, and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place. So that was an add. And as I said, there's numerous other locations where it appears throughout the recommendations as well as the introduction and problem statements. Another concern raised was that the amendment emphasizes dual conveyance over other options, such as storage options or operational changes. The draft amendment describes that there's no single solution to water management in the Delta, and it also recommends a combination of improvements to all 3, conveyance, storage systems, and the integrated operations of both, as part of a broad and integrated portfolio of actions described in the Delta plan. I would note that the conveyance recommendations, which appear in section 1 of the recommendations, are listed first in the amendment, followed by storage and operations recommendations. This listing order corresponds with the order that they're listed in the Delta Reform Act. There wasn't any intent to emphasize one over the other. We just listed the recommendations in the order that they appeared in the authorizing legislation. The recommendations portion of the amendment also contains about equal text for all 3, conveyance, storage, and operations. I think we've got about 5 pages of recommendations for conveyance, about 5 for storage, and about 5 for operations as well. So we kind of give equal, I think, attention to all 3, and have also added a lot of language to emphasize that it's integrating the 3 that will be very important, and you shouldn't move forward with one over the other. We also made some amendments then to the amendment, some changes in response to the last comments that we heard to further emphasize this, particularly the integrated nature of the recommendations. So at the bottom of page 6, on lines 33 through 34, we amended that introductory text to include a statement that the Delta Plan includes a portfolio of strategies to achieve the CEQA goals. And the amendment adds to this portfolio by promoting improvements to conveyance storage systems and the operations of both. So again, along the lines of the integration theme. At the bottom of page 19, we added language on lines 22 through 30. This is an entire paragraph that appears at the bottom of that page. And this notes that new conveyance should be developed and operated in coordination with existing and expanded storage to maximize those benefits. In addition, we added some references to studies and reports that examine the benefits of integrated operations for storage and conveyance. These were added to the problem statement sections of the amendment, and you can find some of these references on pages 21, 22, and 23. And last, on page 24, lines 11 through 16, we amended the text to note that conveyance should be integrated and operated in tandem with the enhanced water storage in the Delta watershed and in the Delta export area to optimally achieve the CEQA goals while protecting and enhancing the unique cultural, recreational, natural resource, and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place. And we also specified that sections 1, 2, and 3 have a suite of actions that should be collectively pursued in an integrated manner alongside existing Delta Plan policies and recommendations to emphasize the integrated nature of the amendment.
So we could stop here for council discussion at your pleasure, and then we'll wrap up quickly with a brief description of next steps before we get to public comment, or if that's how you'd like to proceed.
Yeah, Susan?
Well, first off, I want to thank Anthony and the staff and Carrie for your dedication and all your hard work. What I heard at our May 25 meeting from the panel that Michael Brodsky and OSHA Meserve and Jason Peltier and Lester Snow were on is that we are headed in the right direction with this amendment. And during that panel discussion, Ms. Meserve actually acknowledged that the staff had recognized, acknowledged, and in fact accepted many of the comments. So thank you for your hard work on that. This version is quite the improvement over the, I think it was a February version. And again, shows that you were listening carefully. What I notice is that in response to several comments, we did remove the word north, as OSHA stated she would like us to remove. And that is just one example of our staff working very hard to listen to the many comments, read the many letters, and respond to those comments. I really like how you emphasized the integration. And it is unfortunate that the legislation had conveyance come first in the order of these three things, these three major factors in managing our water supply. That being the case, I would like to remind folks that we are emphasizing conveyance, storage, and the operations of both, and that the council is looking to integrate these methods of managing our water supply. And so thank you very much for your work on this. I think that you also acknowledged many comments from the council members, and I'm satisfied with this current draft. Thank you.
Anything else? I think Patrick, you made a suggestion about expanding on the definitions and including language, and I think Jessica responded satisfactorily to that. And before we go to public comment, Skip, your potential, remind me again what page that's on?
That would be
Page 17.
Okay. So the bullet points that follow that cover a number of the things that could, well, potentials. So do you have any language recommendations to address your concern?
I could propose some, too.
Jessica?
I think we just delete still has the potential for, and instead say will have impacts on some Delta communities, including legacy communities.
Is that satisfactory?
Well, I don't know. Mr. Chair, I don't know why we just don't say what it is. I mean, these are impacts. Some are going to be great, some are going to be greater than great impacts on legacy communities in Delta. And so I don't understand why we're wordsmithing and saying now it has impacts on some. We know there are impacts. And I'm just, if we want to be fair to the process, allow the wordsmithing to quit, and let's just say eliminate potential and be done with it. That's my request.
Will have impacts. Will have impacts. Okay.
Okay.
Everyone okay with that
Is
edit?
that satisfactory? Everybody
That's
good with
fine.
that? Okay. Okay. Did Ellen want to describe the next steps before we go to public comment?
Yes, quickly.
I do, yes, I will be very brief. I'm just talking about the EIR, the CEQA process. You probably are already familiar with this, but the next step is to prepare a draft environmental impact report that analyzes the significant effects on the environment of these proposed Delta Plan amendments and a range of alternatives to those amendments, compares those impacts. That document is circulated for public review for a minimum period that's specified in CEQA. There is normally, and I think there will be in this case, a public hearing before the council to receive comments from the public. The comment period closes. Responses to the comments will be prepared. Any text changes that are required in response to those comments in the EIR will also be prepared and put in a volume that's added to the draft EIR, and those volumes become the final environmental impact report for the proposed Delta Plan amendments, and that's all three of them. That document must be available at least 10 days before it comes back to the council, and then it comes back to the council for certification, which is a process by which the council determines that the final environmental impact report complies with CEQA. Once the council makes that determination of certification, the council is then free to consider whether to approve the Delta Plan amendments at that time. And are there any questions?
Patrick?
For Ellen or for Bethany or Jessica or Anthony, Carrie, in the environmental review, what are the potential alternatives that will be weighed and analyzed?
Generally, the preparers of the EIR consider comments from the scoping period about proposed alternatives and other comments and come up with a range. So it doesn't have to be every alternative suggested. It's just supposed to be a range. And the only other qualification for an alternative is that it must at least reduce one significant impact of the proposed project. So if it has more impacts, it isn't eligible to be analyzed. It's outside the range. Excuse me. If it's very similar to another alternative, both of them don't need to be looked at. It only needs to be a range, kind of a bookmarking type approach. So the staff and the consultants will be looking for alternatives that have an environmental advantage of one sort or another.
And since our amendment is essentially as proposed, kind of a portfolio of recommendations, then other alternatives would also be portfolios of other recommendations or slightly different recommendations, or like we heard from the public in the past, there should be an emphasis on south of Delta storage, so that we might emphasize something like that in an alternative and analyze those impacts as well.
So your example, south of Delta storage, has been paired with conveyance that is through Delta, not a dual conveyance. So it would be likely that the alternative would have that portfolio. Is that right?
I can't predict at this point what the consultants and analysts would end up, but that strikes me as a
Likely,
reasonable
yes.
alternative that would be considered.
And I'd like to add one more thing actually to that response, which I forgot to say. All alternatives must be feasible. So we don't look at alternatives that aren't feasible, and they must achieve most of what the project is attempting to achieve as well. So if it's not even close to achieving what the Delta Plan Amendment is trying to achieve, it also would not be qualified to be analyzed.
And presumably, the alternatives will not be selected with a likelihood that they will be viewed as impractical if, in fact, they are reasonable alternatives, right?
That's correct. They should be facially feasible. CEQA has an odd way, sort of a two-step way of looking at alternatives. And sometimes you find through the review process that something you thought was feasible on its face becomes infeasible after you analyze it. But the first cut on the alternatives, they're all supposed to be facially feasible. They look feasible, and they achieve most of what the project is trying to achieve.
So the buckets of isolated facility, dual conveyance, through Delta conveyance have been examined and debated for a very long time. The EIR will presumably look at those three buckets in some feasible form. Is that right?
Yes?
Yes, that would be the case. The devil is in the details, though, in terms of, as Ellen alluded to.
Can't hear
that-
you,
Can you,
regardless of the impact.
the devil is in the details to make sure that the impacts are not worse than those being considered. So the staff needs the chance to go back and look at that in detail. But yes, those concepts would certainly be open to consideration as alternatives, absolutely.
And as soon as this draft reaches a stable state, for example, if it's voted on today to move to the next stage, and then that's when we can really get into the details of what are those feasible alternatives.
Skip?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In talking about feasible and CEQA, does the cost-benefit analysis come into play, or when does it come in to the process?
CEQA has a definition in the alternative section of the guidelines of feasibility, and cost itself is definitely pertinent to feasibility. Cost-benefit is not. That's a weighing process. That's a policy decision outside of CEQA.
And the reason I ask is in a couple sections of the amendment, there's a reference to cost effectiveness. And I know there's a difference, be it slight, between cost effectiveness and cost benefit. And just curious why it's included in our amendment, but yet you tell me that it cost is a factor, but not cost benefit.
For purposes of CEQA only.
Okay.
Yeah, it's perfectly appropriate to have that language in the Delta Plan itself, and that's how from a planning standpoint, the Delta Plan would be administered. But when we look at effects on the environment and whether remedies to those effects, be it alternatives or mitigation measures, are feasible. Cost comes into that. If they're unaffordable, then you can't say, we'll implement that mitigation measure. Then it wouldn't be ever implemented. And by the way, I forgot to mention, at the time of certification of the EIR and approval of the project, the council will also adopt the mitigation measures and incorporate them into the project. That was a procedural step I forgot to mention.
So would that be the time that this council would be talking about a cost benefit?
That would be the time that feasibility would come into play, but the EIR shouldn't, the infeasible mitigation measures shouldn't be brought forward for your approval, and there would be an explanation why they're infeasible.
All right, thank you, Ms. Garber.
But as we implement the Delta Plan in whatever its final form is, we are recommending that project proponents perform that higher level of project-specific cost effectiveness. So, Ken?
Ken?
Just quickly, and I apologize if you went over this, but there will be a no project alternative.
That's correct, and it's required.
Yes, and the no project would be pretty close to, status quo. I know you haven't developed that, but you mentioned earlier, hey, there's project objectives, and those are things, so, in CEQA, you'd be measuring the no project alternative, the other alternatives, of the ability to meet those project objectives. I guess I answered my own question.
Yes, that's correct.
I just think it's important to point out that this is a programmatic document, that nothing can be built from this EIR. It's strictly related to the Delta Plan and the policies. This is not, we've been saying, hey, there's no specific project in mind, and there can't be because you can't do anything with this document. I mean, that's my understanding of a programmatic EIR.
It is like a plan. It is a program for, in the unusual setup of the Delta Plan and the Delta Reform Act, it's a program for other entities to come to you and certify consistency with the Delta Plan.
With the
That's
plan.
correct.
And-
They initiate the projects.
Yeah. And there's no relationship to our document and actually building something.
No, but this
Other than-
document will definitely analyze the effects of those types of projects happening consistent with the Delta Plan, because the analysis assumes that the Delta Plan will be implemented successfully.
But at a higher level, so that just for expectations of what to see in terms of the analysis of impacts, it's not going to be,
It is-
at this level of.
That's correct. It is not project-specific.
Okay, thank you.
If I can interrupt as well, what the council did with the 2013 EIR for the Delta Plan is a similar approach that I think is a good approach to take with this EIR. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ellen, that even though this language right now is proposed as recommendations for your consideration, the EIR would analyze them as if they would be fully complied with, so that the impacts analysis is sound. So even though the council as proposed would be considering recommendations, they'll be analyzed as if they were fully complied with at a programmatic level.
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make, is
Exactly.
that this is not going to analyze if you were actually going to build something, to that level of detail, exactly where things are going and that type of thing. You're going to do it at a programmatic.
At the appropriate programmatic
So the
level.
expectation is you're not going to see 80,000 pages of analysis out of this document.
Yep. I have one last item, and then Anthony, I think I'm going to ask you to hold your wrap up until after public comment, because I know we're all anxious to get to public comment. So I just want to mention that another step in the process that's going to be concurrent, or perhaps somewhat before detail is released on the EIR, I attended the Independent Science Board's June meeting, where I asked them formally for their review of our draft amendment, which would commence as soon as possible after this meeting. and culminate around the end of August. So specifically, the charge questions to the Delta Independent Science Board would be, is the body of science used to develop the Conveyance, Storage, and Operations Amendment relevant and complete? Is important scientific literature missing? Do scientific findings support the introduction and problem statements? And as is their way, they will be assigning a team and then debating and bringing drafts of their review to their public meetings in July and August. And then that information would be submitted to the council. And I think with that, we're ready for public comment unless there are questions.
Any questions from the council members? All right. Then we're now ready to proceed to public comment. One,
Mr. Chair, if I may interrupt.
yes, Skip.
You know, I'm a big proponent of listening to the public first, and I've deferred to the public on the last 2 or 3 meetings. But unfortunately, at the end of the meeting, I've been unable to get my comments in. So I would like to make my comments early so they're on the record, because I think it's important that my views be clear and on the record. And then I would also ask the chair, I've talked to some of the leaders in the audience who represent a majority of these folks, that you would allow my colleague Supervisor Burgess to make some comments. I think it's okay with the public. She probably represents the lion's share of the folks in the audience, and she ought to be given deference based on her position and her need to get back to her district. So those are my, and I think you can see the public agrees with that. So let me start off with some general comments, and then I'd like to make some specific comments as it relates to the CSO amendment. You know, as I've indicated, I'm a short timer on this council, but I think it's one of the most important commissions, councils, boards that I sit on, because not only are we charged with the Delta Plan and trying to figure out how to better improve the Delta, but it really is our responsibility statewide to make sure that our decisions here don't damage, but certainly enhance the Delta while being fair to the rest of the state and providing water that our state needs. You know, the focus has been on conveyance, as you indicated, Mr. Chair, and I think we should look more broadly at the infrastructure and talk about a old, failing, and look at developing local water options. Options that can produce new supplies of water, and obviously this has lagged, and the current level of reliance on the Delta and its tributary systems is not sustainable. The council has authority not just over the Delta, but also areas within the extended planning area. The 2009 enabling legislation and the Delta Reform Act require reduced reliance on the Delta, achievement of co-equal goals, and a measure of regional self-reliance, which will have limited success with the council's current course of action. The council should refocus its efforts on ways to develop new water and incentives by which to accomplish it. This would have the benefit of creating new water in areas in which it is most needed through reuse, stormwater capture, desal, and storage. A greater focus on storage can achieve multiple purposes, such as aquifer recharge, local groundwater storage, greatly needed in the Central Valley. Page 13 of the CSO discussion draft references the other water supply options, but does not take steps to incentivize or provide real support to these important projects. And I don't have to remind the audience nor my colleagues, we're talking if the dual conveyance project, as the governor has proposed, is actually put into implementation. It's a $16 billion project at this estimate. It's probably going to be quite more than that. But $16 billion used in storage, recharge, desal can go a long way and not destroy our Delta. And one of the things that I find a bit odd is that we segmented the amendments. We're talking about CSO, conveyance, storage, and operation. we're talking about D-lists, and we're talking about performance measures. You can't ignore the others as they relate to these three amendments. And my question is why are we pulling out certain parts of the Delta plan and not moving the entire plan forward as one document? My colleagues on the Delta Counties Coalition has opposed the Delta Plan amendments before us today. So have many organizations and members of the public. The council should consider a comprehensive Delta Plan amendment rather than rushing forward with only the three elements. The council's acceptance of the Conveyance, Storage, and Operation Amendment is essentially accepting the California water fix. The amendments closely track the massive destructive water fix project waiting in the wings. As a result, the Delta Stewardship Council's actions harm the Delta it is charged to protect. On pages 24 and 27, specify dual conveyance as the only option. Other pages, especially pages 27 through 29, set out a number of specific criteria that are entirely consistent with and even appear to be written for the water fix, allowing for the DSC to make a consistency determination for the water fix project. I'd like to add, and we've already taken care of no, this is a different addition I'd like to make. I'd like to add the words some or before the word all on page 27 of line 6. Leaving the word all in is fine, but to precede that, I'd like to add some or before the word all.
Can you clarify, are you talking about attachment 1, the clean version?
I am talking,
Page
yes.
7?
All of my comments are to the clean version,
Okay.
attachment 1.
27 or 7?
Should be page 27.
Okay.
Yes, page 27 under B1. The last sentence, I'll read part of it. Of alternates
Line-
that include all of the following, I would like to add some or all of the following.
So that's on line 6.
Line 6, that's correct. If the council moves ahead without all of the other Delta Plan amendments, which I do not recommend, the CSO amendment.
Let's take that up now.
Okay,
So we don't lose
certainly.
it. All right. And the thrust or the point of that would be to,
add some or in front of the word all.
and the effect of that you hope to accomplish is,
Well, the effect, I think, is that it wouldn't, if I can use the word pigeonhole, this council in only being forced to look at a very narrow group of alternatives. Because, and I'll point to, I don't see it in my notes, Mr. Chair, but I want to be able to more broadly be able to look at alternatives if in fact, or when they come back to this council. My staff tells me if we're too restrictive in this part of the Delta plan, it may restrict looking at different alternatives.
The intention to broaden out what is looked at or limit, because some implies maybe you drop out.
I guess what I'm saying, Ken, is I don't want to go down a checklist and say, oh, it doesn't meet all of these different scenarios, if I can use. It meets 90% of them or 70% of them. So it broadens our ability to look at different alternatives.
Would you rather add then at least all of the following? Because, for example, if you did some or all of the following,
Then you might not be able to look at climate change impacts,
right,
for
or a
example.
proposed project proponent could not look at the impact on Delta as a place.
Well, since you're the attorney up here on the dais, I would defer to you, but my point is I don't want to restrict this council and looking at other alternatives.
Well, so the language right now says a range of alternatives that includes all of the following, so that this is not an exclusive list. There could be others.
Okay, as long as the record reflects that I want to be able to look at all projects, not just projects that meet all of these 1, 2, 3, and 4
Oh,
items.
okay.
How about including but not limited to? Because Skip, I think if you include, if you say some, a project proponent could say, I meet almost all of them, but I don't meet J, which is effects of each Delta Conveyance alternative and unique cultural values of the Delta, and then that project could go forward. So I would say, yeah.
I think you're hitting on what I'm trying to do, is make sure that we don't limit ourselves
Right.
by saying all,
So not limited to.
not limited to. I think that would,
So the sentence would read then, starting on line 5 after the comma, project proponents should analyze and evaluate a range of alternatives, including but not limited to the following.
I think that would work for me.
Okay.
Is that acceptable to the rest of the council? All right, very good.
Thank you, Susan. If the council moves ahead without all of the other Delta Plan amendments, which I don't recommend, the CSO amendment should have a broader focus, especially on conveyance section, to allow for other conveyance projects. Otherwise, the council may need to amend the CSO section yet again if the water fix does not move forward. There is no downside to formulating a broader set of CSO amendments, and I would suggest the following. Revise the amendments to focus on a vastly improved through Delta option. This would require expanding the through Delta conveyance section on page 30 to include the ability to promote through Delta conveyance with a reconfigured Clifton Court forebay, redesigned and potentially multiple intake locations, and state-of-the-art fish screens, among other elements. Revise the amendments to include a broader investigation of dual conveyance option that does not direct where intake should be. Alternative criteria should be broad enough so that other dual conveyance projects can be considered. Parameters are described on page 28. Revise the amendments to include a new focus on the array of projects that, with incentives, could provide new water and reduce reliance on the Delta, looking at wastewater reuse, stormwater capture, desalination, and the other different portfolio of things that might be achievable. The council is putting the cart before the horse in two ways. First, the council issued a notice of preparation dated March 16th, page 11, that specifies new intakes in the North Delta. And I guess we've eliminated those from our Delta plan, correct? The council has since removed the reference North Delta intakes in the CSO amendment and made other changes to the, quote, project. But the council should re-engage with the public for additional scoping before the CSO amendment is accepted because of this change. Second, we need to consider the flows and operating criteria needed to restore and sustain the Delta ecosystem, the operations portion of the CSO. This is what was called for in the 2009 Delta Reform Act. State Water Resources Control Board prepared a 2010 Delta Flow Criteria report to inform development of Delta projects. Until we know how much water is needed to keep the Delta healthy and protect it as an evolving place, we will not know how much water is available for export. The operations decision will impact exports, so we need new storage south of the Delta export areas and elsewhere to recover these lost exports. Once we have taken care of operation, the flows, and storage, we can then consider what conveyance improvements will work well and what won't. Otherwise, the proposed water fix dual conveyance options could become a stranded asset if the North Delta intakes could not be used very often. Some or all of the North Delta intakes could be in the wrong place, and any intakes might be better located in the Western Delta. What conveyance will allow us to take the big gulp, little sip effect? The bottom line is that we cannot decide on conveyance until we know what the flows are needed and what storage can be implemented. So I guess I would add a couple of things to close. one of the things that is particularly concerning to me is the effect that the project, be it at Isolated or any other construction in the Delta, is going to have on our legacy communities. And I feel rather certain that some of our legacy communities are going to fail and they're going to be lost. And I think there is not one person on this council that wants to feel that they are responsible for affecting the Delta in that way. So I would ask my colleagues to think seriously about even a single isolated conveyance. I think, and the reason I supported the Delta Levee's investment strategy is I think there is a way to reinforce our current Delta levee system that could be first and foremost the way we move the water through the Delta. And we could think of intakes that might be in the West Delta. I and some of my colleagues, Supervisor Wynn and from San Joaquin County, Supervisor Provenza from Yolo County, met with the Met officials in Southern California. And one of the things they kept stressing to us is we need to look at how we can affect the reverse flows as a result of the pumps. And I think if we put our heads together and the scientists like Dr. Dom and the other experts, we can figure out a way to not destroy the Delta and still provide the water necessary that our neighbors in Southern California need. So, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for that applause.
Okay. Now, I'm really pleased to hear your comments, Supervisor Thompson, because so much of what I heard you said is actually exactly consistent with what is in our draft. I mean, removal of the word north.
Settle down.
Wait.
Settle down. Settle down. You'll have your opportunity to speak. Be respectful.
Through Delta improvements are a serious element of this draft. Improvements to Clifton Court and fish handling facilities are included in this draft. Western Delta intakes, should that ever be part of a project that moves forward, to me does not seem inconsistent with what we're recommending. We're focusing on, does it achieve the outcomes of minimizing reverse flows? How is it operated? We do not say anything about how much water is available for export. So I think all of what you've suggested, including your heavy interest in reduced reliance, is exactly consistent, if not with what's in this specific amendment, with what is in the Delta plan that the council as a whole is responsible for administering.
Thank you.
Okay, you'll have your chance.
And Mr. Chair, if you could accommodate my colleague,
Okay.
Supervisor Burgess.
Okay, we're ready to go to public comment. I have a request from Councilmember Thompson for a priority treatment of one public commenter. Does anyone else have any requests? All right. Let me outline how we're going to handle this. And before I do, I read in a recent report that the chair of the Delta Stewardship Council shuffled the deck and showed priority to public commenters. He did. The report was correct. I added 4 public commenters to the top of the deck, 2 at the request of Skip Thompson to give priority to 2 representatives from the San Joaquin County Boards of Supervisors. I accommodated a request from Tom Zuckerman to be moved up in the queue. And then when I saw Don Natoli arrive, out of deference to his long service as a council member, I gave him priority. Otherwise, the public commenters were taken in the order that the blue slips were received. And that will apply today. That's how we're going to do it. So I've got one request to move Diane Burgess to the front of the list. The way we're going to handle this, if you wish to make a comment, fill out a blue card, and as they come in, they will be handed off to me. Each commenter will be limited to 3 minutes, and Councilmember Tatayan has a timer with an alarm that will go off at the end of the 3 minutes. To be respectful to those that will be coming up behind you, I ask you to limit your comments to the 3 minutes. I'm going to call out 10 names at a time so you can line up to afford a little more efficiency. And at the end of the public comment, the council members will be considering the staff recommendation for action. One last thing, if anybody is interested in the NASCAR trailer parade, it will be occurring out in front at about noon today. So with that, let me call on the first 10. Diane Burgess, Bill Martin, Stephen Arakawa, Jennifer Pierre, Charlie Wilson, Susan Mulligan, David Pedersen, Sarah Wiltfong, Adam Horn, and Barbara Berrigan-Perea. Those will be the first approximately 10. I didn't count them. Supervisor Burgess, welcome.
Hello. You can hear me?
We can hear you.
Sorry. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for accommodating me. I first want to thank Mr. Thompson for his comments. He's right on. I am the newest elected county supervisor from Contra Costa County, and I am proud to represent that part of the area that has the Delta in it. And I think there's a few of my constituents in the audience. During this time when there is, we're recovering from an economic turndown, and we have some tension from our new administration, and people are concerned about public safety and health care, consistently and with passion, people come out because they support protecting, restoring, and preserving the Delta. I am here representing 1.1 million people in Contra Costa County, but I'm also a part of the Delta County Coalition, which is 5 counties representing over 4 million people. We all have a unique interaction and relationship with the Delta, but we all agree that we need to protect the Delta. I have several letters from the counties, including Contra Costa County and the Delta County Coalition, that has come to you for the last few months, and I am very confident that you've read and thought about what we're asking for. While we appreciate the extensive work done by the council staff to develop and refine the Delta Plan Amendment and performance measures documents, a number of the key issues we raised on our June 13th letter and in previous communications with the council have not been addressed. The council should focus on promoting fully integrated joint storage conveyance actions that are capable of capturing the new water during wet months when flows in the Delta are very high and significantly reduce exports from the Delta during dry months, when flows are low and the Delta ecosystem is most stressed. This is consistent with the council's principle number 12, the big gulp, little sip concept. Conveyance-only projects like the California Water Fix are unable to consistently capture more water during wet months and must rely on exporting more water during dry months. The council should promote a Plan B that incorporates new storage with conveyance, joint storage conveyance, plus a portfolio of other actions consistent with the January 2014 California Water Action Plan and the Natural Resources Defense Council's earlier portfolio approach. The reason why I'm here is that the 5 counties are concerned that there isn't a face, that there isn't a voice. There's a lot of technical things that we're trying to make a point, but we wanted to make sure that you understand that those counties that are on the Delta, the people that live, rely, and treasure the Delta, are asking you to make considerations. We want to, with climate change and the changes that we've seen, We need to make sure that we are capturing the water when we can, and that we're not just pouring it down the other direction. Am I done? Thank you for this opportunity, and please listen to these voices. They've given their day off, and they've made a long route to get here. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Bill Martin.
Good morning. My name is Bill Martin. I'm a longtime San Francisco resident. I'm also a fisherman and a kayaker. One thing the Delta Plan amendments do not say, the Twin Tunnels proposal is a big mistake. We have one estimate of $15 billion to build them. Imagine for a moment how far $15 billion could move California toward true water reliability. Because water reliability relies on several systems, all of which must together provide the water we need. The Twin Tunnels only addresses one system, moving water from north to south through the Delta. Let's look briefly at other parts of the system and how they could contribute to greater reliability. In the current Delta Plan, adopted in 2013 by the Delta Stewardship Council, the Department of Water Resources estimated that it increased annual water availability in the range of 5 to 10 million acre-feet, using a combination of reduced demand and new supplies. Please note that approximately 8 million acre-feet are currently removed from the Delta each year. One part of their estimate involves urban water conservation. For example, reducing landscaping water use, capturing rainwater, installation of gray water systems, desalination of brackish groundwater, and fixing aging infrastructure, especially leaks. To focus on leaks for a moment, Israel, which has a similar climate to California's, has required the installation of meters in all parts of their water transfer systems. This allows the system operators to quickly spot and repair leaks. Spotting leaks alone would greatly improve our water supplies. We could also recycle water in much greater quantities than we do today. The State Water Resources Control Board has a goal of 2 million acre-feet of recycled water by 2030. Drip irrigation in agriculture is another area of significant water savings. Currently, flood irrigation remains the primary watering technique in California. That needs to change. In this brief highlighting, I've listed only 7 different changes that we could implement. There are many more. If each one could increase our water reliability without requiring one more drop of water. Starting with $15 billion, we could fund these 7 items at $2 billion each and still have $1 billion left over. The water reliability justification for the Twin Tunnels simply doesn't add up. We'll spend billions, we won't get a drop of water out of it, and we'll leave untouched many promising techniques for building true reliability into our water delivery system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stephen Arakawa, and thank you for adhering to the 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Fiorini and members of the Stewardship Council. Appreciate all of the effort on a very difficult issue that you're dealing with. My name is Steve Arakawa, manager of Bay Delta activities for Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. The process of amending the Delta Plan and expanding the guidance that is included in that plan for conveyance, storage, and operations, that is an extremely important step towards achieving the state's co-equal goals in the Delta. And we appreciate the effort to refine a draft that will be ready for environmental review process. Last month, we submitted a comment letter, and I spoke at your council meeting, noting that we agree with the council draft, that the status quo is unacceptable, that that system needs to be improved, and a joint letter signed by Metropolitan and many of our member agencies and other interests in Southern California was sent yesterday, noting our overall support for the direction of the draft amendments. We support the draft amendments that call for a dual conveyance system as part of a modernized Delta water infrastructure system that adapts to the future adapts to fisheries, adapts to climate change. The current water system is not working and is not able to capture water efficiently during wet periods. Multiple points of diversion will reduce conflicts with a delta ecosystem under a much needed restoration plan. Stabilizing the state project is the key strategy for Metropolitan's water supply integrated resources plan. We're looking to stabilize the state project supply rather than continuing to experience further reductions, and our additional supply will come from local supply and water conservation. That reduced reliance started in 1991 with the severe drought in the late 80s and early 90s, and we're on track to be relying on local supply and conservation for meeting 2/3 of our demand in the year 2040. We also look to storage, and Metropolitan has over 5 million acre-feet of storage capability, and the issue really is being able to have a reliable delta system that can store water in wet years to fill that storage. We recognize the importance of Southern California being wise water users of our imported supply, and we take that responsibility very seriously. We do have some remaining thoughts and issues that we've conveyed in previous comment letters regarding some of the performance measures, including 6.2 on water quality and temperature, and also related to the scientific uncertainty and the dynamic aspects of how that science is evolving. So we want to make sure that you continue to take that into account as you adopt the plan. We look forward to continuing to work with staff to...
Steve, that's your 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming.
Chair, Council, thanks once again for allowing such a robust public process. I think it's really important, and I really appreciate it. I am Jennifer Pierre. I'm the General Manager of the State Water Contractors. I wanted to just quickly note how appreciative we are of the progress that's been made over the last few months. It's actually quite rapid and impressive how much has been able to be accomplished and how well comments have been integrated and put back out for all of our review. So I want to appreciate that for staff as well as council. We have a few remaining concerns I just wanted to highlight, most of which we've raised in previous comment letters. First, I think related to the drought planning that is included in the performance measure. Just want to be careful because, every drought is different. And so how we formulate this and direct the State Board, DWR, and Reclamation to do this work is important. And if it's constrained such that they can't actually do that, I just want, when we're thinking about that, it's part of probably the CEQA process and looking at how you'd actually do that, just consider that. The other item I wanted to note also has to do with performance measure 6.2, particularly the Fall X2 action that would be tracked as a performance measure. We did raise this in our comment letter, but I just wanted to be really clear. This is a topic of pretty extreme disagreement and uncertainty. It's such that there's actually whole groups of multi-agency, NGO, scientists that are currently working on this particular topic in terms of what exactly is needed for fall outflow. This measure is called out explicitly in the performance measure relative to the water quality control plan. And I'm concerned that your specificity may be outdated by the time we review this and get through the process that's currently underway. Certainly there'll be time to update and revisit in 5 years, but I just wanted to note that if it remains in, which we'd prefer it did not, I think it's really important that its reference, its footnote is accurate. Right now it just says it's not specific to where it actually comes from and the species it's actually intended to provide benefits for according to the Fish and Wildlife Service BIOP, and I think the record should be clear about exactly what that measure is and why it's in the Delta plan if it remains. Given that, again, I just wanted to say thank you. It's been an interesting process to watch and engage on, and good luck getting to final.
Thank you. proceed. Don't hesitate. Charlie? Within the top 10, I don't care who comes. Just to be expedient, let's move it along.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you again. My name again is Charlie Wilson. I am both an elected member of the Santa Margarita Water District in South Orange County. As a reminder, we are 98% dependent upon imported water supplies to supply reliable water to the 150,000 individuals that live within our water district. I also serve as Executive Director and CEO of the Southern California Water Committee, the single largest coalition of both public and private interests dedicated to providing a reliable water supply for the entire state with a focus on Southern California. I was once taught the infrastructure is the skeletal backbone on which California succeeds or fails. The Delta clearly is the heart of that system, and if it were a patient today and you were a cardiologist, you would be sending that patient directly to the emergency room for bypass surgery. We all agree, and I've heard today, the Delta is failing. The catastrophic impacts, both economically and environmentally, are unacceptable in the long term. We need to modernize the Bay Delta system and the way we convey water in the state of California. If you look at its initial introduction in the 1960s, it's the equivalent today of watching your old black and white television with rabbit ears at a time when we're working with flat screen televisions and modern technology. Clearly, the state needs a modernized conveyance facility. This council was established because the status quo is unacceptable both for reliability and for its ecosystem. Given there are multiple endangered species in the Delta with different and often conflicting needs, having a system with the flexibility to operate from a different point of diversion becomes one that creates better protection, more flexibility, and from my experience in the electric utility business, redundancy becomes the way to get to reliability. It also provides added insurance, the belt and suspenders, if you will, of supply deliveries in the event of a disaster that we all know is coming. It also provides, this is a lot of, today I've heard some of it around the table, and I want to also be clear, comments earlier, it's a lot of misinformation on what Southern California, south of the Tehachapi's, is doing to reduce reliance on that delta. The Southern California Water Committee alone has identified more than $12 billion of investment in conservation and local projects over the last 10 years. My district alone is looking at $200 million single project to try to provide supplemental supplies to meet growing needs. We have billions more slated for additional projects ranging from ocean desalination, recycling, stormwater, and groundwater cleanup. None of these are possible. None of these are possible to meet the loss of the Delta system. That is the base load on which the economy of California survives. All we are seeking is a reliable system that can deliver water for a region of 25+ million individuals, to replenish groundwater basins, to blend with more saline Colorado River supplies, to serve the families and businesses of our communities. Despite the characterization I've heard today, this is not, emphasize not, a north-south issue. Balkanizing the state is poor policy. We appreciate the work that you do. Good luck this afternoon.
Charlie, thank you. Next up. Easy, easy.
Good morning. I'm Susan Mulligan, General Manager of Cayugas Municipal Water District. We serve a population of 660,000 people in Ventura County between Los Angeles and Santa Barbara. Our area has few local resources, and state project water is our lifeblood. We carefully reuse the state project water. It has a second life as recycled wastewater, irrigating our parks and schools and sustaining our farms. It even has a third life, percolating into the ground and replenishing our aquifer, from whence it's pumped and used all over again. About 3/4 of the wastewater from our cities is either used directly or directly recharges our aquifers and is used as that supply, never reaching the sea. Within a decade, all of our wastewater will be fully utilized. I thought it went without saying, but we've been metered, including our groundwater, for decades in Ventura County. There's no flood irrigation in Ventura County. We're halfway through construction of a 40-mile, $200 million brine line and ocean outfall to make use of brackish groundwater, which is our last remaining local resource. But even when we use all of our local resources and reuse the multiple imported water multiple times, we will still be dependent on the state project for 3/4 of our needs. So the ongoing risk of supply disruption from the state project has been a constant worry. Over 4 decades ago, our district called upon the governor Ronald Reagan to approve construction of new water conveyance facilities in the Delta, consistent with the state's original plan for a Trans-Delta system as documented 60 years ago in the California Water Plan. 3 years ago, we saw state project reservoirs drop to frighteningly low levels, and we would have been out of water but for banking programs in the Central Valley. These reservoirs would not have dropped so low if there were a means of conveying water across the Delta without causing reverse flows. Many times in the past 5 years, the pumps in the South Delta were throttled back or idled to protect smelt, and millions of acre-feet of fresh water flowed out to the sea. We live in constant fear that an earthquake will rupture levees in the Delta, allowing seawater to flow in and cutting off our state project supply for years. The effect would decimate our economy. And by our, I'm referring to the Southern California coastal area, which generates over half the state's economy, home to half the state's population, and uses less than 5% of the Delta's water. Not a bad return on investment. The risk to this critical water hub increases every year as soil oxidation and farming operations cause fragile Delta islands to subside, global warming causes the oceans to rise, and a severely degraded ecosystem struggles to survive.
Wait a minute. This is the official timer up here. She still has 30 seconds to go. Would you just keep it down? And be respectful of those that are at the podium, just as you wish others to be respectful of you. You've got 30 more seconds.
Thank you. The risk to this critical water hub increases every year as soil oxidation and farming operations cause fragile Delta islands to subside, global warming causes the oceans to rise, and a severely degraded ecosystem struggles to survive, while we have argued for literally generations. So we have two choices. We can either choose to continue to debate, pit one expert against another and litigate, or, after more than half a century, move forward as a society and help restore water reliability for 2/3 of our state's population and a majority of its economy by actually completing this crucial component of the state project as originally envisioned so long ago. In our eyes, and
that
the
concludes
choice
your
is clear.
time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Fiorini and members of the council. My name is David Peterson. I'm the general manager of the Las Virgenes Municipal Water District. We are a member agency of the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, and we provide water and retail water services at the retail level to about 70,000 people in western LA County. Our area of the state is challenged in terms of water supply because we lack local sources. There is very little groundwater in our service area, and the little groundwater that is there is very high in salt and hydrogen sulfide. One of the early wells in our service area was nicknamed Old Stinky. The surface water is also in short supply and is limited to small ephemeral streams that require supplemental water in the summertime to support endangered fish like southern steelhead. Given the challenges, our agency has taken and made early investments in recycling, serving our first customers with recycled water in 1972. Today, we have a recycled water network that extends throughout our service area and meets 20% of our overall water demands. Also, we have recently embarked on a major undertaking, an ambitious $100 million potable reuse project called the Pure Water Project Las Virgenes Triunfo. It will create about 5,000 acre-feet of new drought-resilient supplies through the advanced treatment of recycled water that was previously released to the ocean through Malibu Creek. So nevertheless, though, with even these major investments in local supplies, imported water from the State Water Project is a critical resource for our area, and it continues to make up a major portion of our water supply. In recent years, we've seen the reliability of deliveries from the State Water Project erode with operational constraints related to minimizing the impacts to native fish. At the same time, we're very concerned about the impacts of sea level rise, subsidence, and seismic risk on the Delta. A complete solution is required for the hub of our California water system, and we ask for your support for that solution, including conveyance improvements, new storage, and coordinated operations for the two. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hey, I got a question. Do you really think that snide comments help your cause? Apparently. Well, let's, again, another request, be respectful.
Hi, good morning. Just wait for the timer to start. Okay. My name is Sarah Wiltfong, and I represent BizFed, the Los Angeles County Business Federation, with more than 165 business organizations representing over 300,000 employers with 3 million employees throughout LA County. BizFed is a massive, diverse, grassroots alliance that advocates for policies and projects that strengthen our regional economy. We are here today to support the draft amendments to the Delta Plan for improved conveyance, storage, and water supply operations. Our region is highly dependent on an outdated water distribution system that was built mid-century to deliver water supplies to millions of residents. Particularly during dry years, water from the Delta ensures that the cities throughout the region have clean water that might not be available from other sources. This has been especially true during dry years, with some cities relying on imported supplies for nearly all of their water. For example, as much as 75% of water supplies for the city of Los Angeles and more than 50% of water supplies for the city of Long Beach come from the State Water Project. While Los Angeles is doing a great job conserving, recycling, and developing new local water resources, California still desperately needs to invest in our conveyance, storage systems, and operations. It is the only way to make local solutions work more effectively. The decision before you today is whether or not to advance the draft amendments to your Delta Plan, which accomplishes all of these goals. We believe you should, and we urge you to approve the draft amendments so that the necessary environmental review process can commence, and you can formally amend the Delta Plan at a later date. We thank you for this open process and your consideration of our statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council and members of the public. My name is Adam Horn. I'm here on behalf of my boss, Assemblymember Jim Frazier. I think his comments are in line with Skip Thompson's, and I'd like to read a brief statement. Quote, at last month's Delta Stewardship Council meeting, I expressed my continued opposition to the proposed Delta Plan amendments for conveyance, storage, systems, and operation of both. Unfortunately, I cannot remove my opposition of the version of the draft amendments being considered today. There are many reasons for concern of these amendments, the first being the appearance of bias to support the design and construction of the California water fix. These amendments need better guidance for all methods of conveyance, including alternatives that include restoration of South Delta freshwater inflows to alleviate concerns of salinity intrusion. Additionally, the amendments have an inherent flaw by citing studies from vested interests. The Association of California Water Agencies made of the very water contractors who stand to benefit from the California water fix, and it's highly irresponsible to cite that information as it's not truly independent. On a final note, the Delta Reform Act requires, before construction of conveyance projects, to have contracts outlining many of the costs involved. The council ought to include these into these amendments, the guidance on providing financial plans and estimates of associated costs, including ongoing and necessary maintenance and improvements. This will help to show the true cost to the taxpayers and ratepayers for any new conveyance project. For these and other reasons, I request the council continue to improve on these amendments, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, following Barbara, the next 10 in the queue are Margie Fries, Dave Sterling, welcome Dave, Jim Hall, Linda Hall, James Motlow, Eugene Phillips, Russell Ohms, Captain Morgan, Nancy Van Meter, and Joseph Rizzi. Barbara, proceed.
Okay. Chair Fiorini and council members, I brought today a copy of a petition that our staff emailed to you earlier this week. With little effort and little money spent, we acquired 4,200 signatures in the last 2.5 weeks opposed to the conveyance and storage amendment as opposed, or as proposed that you are considering today. I also think it's really important for you to know that Green LA, which is a broad-based environmental coalition, sent a letter last night to the Metropolitan Water District Board of Directors in opposition to Cal Water Fix. This included groups like Heal the Bay, the Los Angeles chapter of the Sierra Club, Southern California Watershed Alliance, Surfrider, Food and Water Watch, Los Angeles Waterkeeper, and others. So the water districts speaking to you today that think we're not going to share water with them when that's not what is being debated, we will always share a sustainable yield of water with other Californians, think they're speaking in a monolithic way for the entire population. More and more Southern Californians are opposed to this project every day. I am here today to ask you one last time to refrain from voting on the amendments despite the revisions. While the council approved the conveyance and storage amendment by requiring new conveyance and storage projects to address the state's required human right to water analysis, the edited amendment ignores the full breadth of laws and policies that should be evaluated for Delta environmental justice communities and only considers impacts to environmental justice communities outside of the Delta. This council continues to tinker around the edges with its planning process instead of fully complying with all state laws regarding environmental justice issues, protecting the Delta as an evolving place, creating measurable criteria for improving Delta flows, and we do not believe that your recommendations for water supply reliability and regional planning suffice. Clearly, the council picks and chooses what portions of the mandate they are willing to execute. For instance, you claim in your response to us that other state civil rights and environmental justice policies don't apply to the Delta Plan. Let's be clear, this is the kind of thinking that has gotten the council in trouble with the courts. The current rush to move forward with the conveyance and storage amendment before undergoing the EIR process is to appease the Metropolitan Water District, whose officials have stated publicly that action by you is necessary for them to move forward with board approval for financing the tunnels. That is why they are pushing. Instead of serving as an impartial body interested in fully executing its dual mission, this council, like the Brown administration, is focused on creating winners and losers in California of who will get the water. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Marjorie?
Council members, I'm Marge Fries. I'm from Stockton. I'm a Delta sailor, and I've been advocating for an environmentally sustainable Delta. I feel like for too many years to be here once again talking about sustainability. I want to thank Councilmember Thompson for your comments, and I will suspend with anything else I needed to say about the amendment because I think he's nailed it. We urge you to carry out your duties under the Delta Reform Act on behalf of all Californians, to be stewards and long-range planners for the Delta by withdrawing the CSO amendment today. I think it's important for you to remember that each one of us here today represents probably hundreds of thousands of people who can't be here. They may not know even what's going on here. Most likely they don't. And many people feel their voice doesn't matter. And one of the things that I'm disturbed about today is seeing how obviously the public mistrusts what you're doing here as the council. And we are looking to you to make the right decisions for all of California and for the Delta. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Sterling, we received your letter. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize for the two exhibits that are referred to not being able to connect from my printer to but I will send those to you because I think they would be important to you. Mr. Chairman and members of the council, my name is Dave Sterling. My family and I have resided in the Legacy Delta community of Walnut Grove for 30 years. In the my legal background is stated in that letter. because of what I wrote relative to a legal subject. It is my opinion that implementation of the two co-equal goals of the Delta Reform Act of 2009, namely to provide a reliable water supply to Central and Southern California and to protect, restore, and enhance the Delta's ecosystem, will never legally survive what I refer to as a third co-equal goal, and that is, namely, a condition that in the Act that the two stated co-equal goals shall be achieved in a manner that protects and enhances the cultural, recreational, and natural resource agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place. I've sent you a number of examples of how that will not happen. The Delta Plan Amendment pending before you, which changes alternative projects such as Alternative 9 to vague through Delta conveyance programs, appears to us to be a further effort to hide the ball, keeping us, the people who would have to live with the impact of whatever is ultimately decided, in the dark until it is too late to process and in the process to speak out against a plan that severely damages, degrades, and will destroy the house, our homes and our way of life. On behalf of the people of the Delta's primary zone, I ask you now to recognize that with a no vote on the amendments at this time, you will help to give hope and voice to Delta residents who are justifiably afraid that we might lose the long-embraced Delta lifestyles that we have chosen. The passage of this amendment will only contribute further to those fears and make our fight more difficult, although the fight will continue. We humbly request a no vote at this time on the Delta Plan amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Hall.
I guess I'm next in line. My name is Jim Hall. I come from Southern California in that I grew up there as a child. I've been in the Delta since 1958, full-time since 1970. I own a lot of property down in Southern California since 1975. I pay those water bills. You ask for us to show respect. It is very hard when I have to listen to the pure garbage coming from these guys representing Southern California water and how they have been conservative. They have, true, come to the table, but with too little too late. I pay those water bills, and I paid them for 35 years. I know what they have been doing. The last time we had a drought, we were letting our lawns go brown up here, using gray water to save what plants we could, and they were down there filling man-made lakes for communities with million-acre feet of water. And you can't tell me that that is respecting the Delta. Now, I've got interest in Southern California. Southern California needs water, but not at the expense of the Delta. It's just too precious an entity that we have, and it is your responsibility as stewards to protect that. Let's look at this. Take all the scientifics away. I'm an engineer. My whole life has been that. But let's make this Delta for the dummies. Water flow, we know, is reduced. How in the world can anyone in their right mind say taking water from Hood, Clarksburg, taking that flow out of the Delta is going to help it? It can't. If we're talking about a conveyance and you really want to have a dual conveyance, let's say that conveyance goes on the other side of the Delta. Let it flow through the Delta. It can't reduce the flow through the Delta and there's just no way it can be good. Okay, out 20, 30 years from now, when your grandkids or great-grandkids come up to you and they ask you, why aren't there salmon? Why aren't there bass in the Delta? Why is the water icky? Why does it smell? Why can we not have fresh-grown artichokes, asparagus, Brentwood corn anymore? And then they look at you with those eyes that only a kid can say or can do and say, who are the idiots that allowed this to happen? It's your responsibility so that conversation does not take place. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Hall.
Okay. Oh my goodness, that's my better half.
Do you agree
I'm in
with
the
him?
hall. Yes, I do agree. But I just wanted to add, I have a Bachelor of Science in Zoology with background physics, chemistry, genetics, ecology. But you don't really need to have that to have lived in the Delta for 40-some years and experienced out in the water what's happening and what can happen and how it is a giant nursery for many, many species of birds, fish, and the snook and the salmon, the endangered species, are only like the canary in the mine. And it is a pretty sad thing to see the loss of this. Taking what the proponents of the tunnels call our excess water is necessary to flush the delta, flush the bay. All these trickle-down effects go on and on. So the effects of what man does has long-reaching and far-reaching effects. Birds eat fish, the osprey, the great blue heron, and some of you may have not seen this. I hope your grandkids have an opportunity to see these birds catch a fish, to hear the giant bullfrogs at night, to see the turtles. And one of the other things that directly affect Discovery Bay, this last summer, there was no oxygen in the water. The algae bloom was so bad that we were advised that it was unsafe. There were actually 3 dogs that died from swimming in that water. And that algae bloom did not go away until we got the excess water flow this year that came through Discovery Bay and helped to clear it out. The far-reaching effect is not that just us. It goes all the way to San Francisco. It goes to the crab fisheries where they had toxic problems with the crabs. You could get crab this year. So, because the fishing was not allowed. So consider all these things. Please don't encourage the tunnels. Vote no. And let's come up with a better plan. With today's advanced technology, the 10 to 15 years that it's going to take to build these tunnels while they totally disrupt the communities, they take away habitat for all these creatures and destroy their recreation, small businesses. It's a lot. And please consider all this. Consider, will your grandchildren be able to witness some of these things, or is it all going to be gone irreparably, irrevocably lost because you can't go back? Thank you.
Thank you. James?
Thank you for this chance to speak. I am James Motlow, co-author of the book Bitter Melon, Inside America's Last Rural Chinese Town, which features oral histories and my photographs of the residents of Locke. Bitter Melon was named by the Commonwealth Club as Best California History when first published in 1988 and is now in its 6th printing. I have brought each member of the council a copy. Thousands of visitors from all over the county, the state, the nation, and the world come to Locke each year. As a home to the Chinese who built our railroads, who built our levees, who planted the pear trees up and down the Delta, it holds a unique place in the hearts and memories of Chinese people in California and is a deeply important place for all Californians, whatever their background. In 1882, the U.S. Congress passed the Chinese Exclusion Act, the only law in American history that specifically forbade the immigration of people based exclusively on race. The Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta was one of the few Western sites where Chinese escaped violence, though not the impact of this law. Many came to the town of Locke. Locke was established in 1915 on land rented from the estate of Sacramento furniture dealer George Locke. Almost 100 years later, after fighting for it for decades, the residents of Locke were finally able to own the land beneath their homes. Today, Locke is a place where the past is actively remembered. It's a kind of living museum where thousands come every year to experience a vital history that it was as relevant today as it was a century ago. Groups from a variety of historical and cultural organizations sponsor tours of Locke almost every week of the year. If you are a parent of a 4th grader, your child will most trip to Locke. We're proud that Main Street Locke is on the National Register of Historical Places and that the California State Parks has a museum on one end of Main Street. It's hard to imagine that anyone could disagree that Locke is a place worthy of preservation and protection. But 4 weeks ago, I found out about a proposed project called Through Delta Conveyance. This construction, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for literally years, will effectively destroy Locke. 100-year-old buildings will fall. The heavy truck traffic will make getting in and out of Locke impossible, to say nothing of the noise of the pile driving. People will stop coming to Locke. The town will die, and its precious history will be lost forever. It can never be replaced. I ask you, plead with you, to postpone your vote on Agenda 5. Give us more time to let the Chinese community know, more time to let historical groups know, and organizations and past visitors know, more time to let school teachers know, more time to let writers, painters, photographers, and poets know. All these people will be passionate about the importance of saving Locke, and we sincerely hope we can convince you to agree. Please help save Locke, don't destroy it.
James, thank you. Eugene Phillips.
Hello, my name's Eugene Phillips. I'm just going to read this document. I own 2 historically significant buildings in Walnut Grove, both of which are listed in the National Registry of Historic Places. I am addressing the DWR Alternative 9. There was a crime against humanity committed in Walnut Grove against the Japanese community. They were given only a few hours to gather their personal possessions before boarding buses to go to the internment camp. I heard her personal account of that day. It was a heartbreaking story. They lost all their possessions, and if no one would pay their rent, they lost their homes. I too have suffered a loss in Walnut Grove. One of my buildings, the historic Japanese Methodist Mission, unbeknownst to me at the time, was provided water through a totally corroded SCWA water main underneath it, which is broken repeatedly, severely damaging my building. The SCWA received funding to fix it, but 2 years later, not a single connection has been completed, and the health and safety of the entire community has been threatened. So today, there is this grand proposal to save the Delta which would knowingly damage buildings listed on the Historic Registry of Places in Walnut Grove and in Locke. I deduce that the proponents of this water project have not allocated any funds for the repair of the historic, the buildings in this historic area of Walnut Grove and Locke during the 2 or more years of construction, or for the loss of businesses, disruption of tourism, and the threats to the personal safety. I roughly estimate there would need to be about $50 million worth of damage. There will be $50 million worth of damage affecting by this project to Walnut Grove and the Locke area. This money must be allocated before the work starts on the tunnel project. There would need to be local control of the allocation of these funds. I anticipate almost $600,000 worth of damage and loss of income to my 2 properties for the 2 to 4 years for the construction of this project in this area. So, thank you.
Thank you. Russell Ohms.
My name is Russell Ohms. I'm the current chairman of the Locke Management Association, and I live in Locke. It's not an enviable job, as I'm sure your job isn't today. I guess, as a side note, I'd like to say that there was a tunnel in Washington that was going 1.7 miles, and it took them 4 years to build it. And I did the math, and if the 60 miles of tunnels takes as long, it's going to take 140 years. But what I want to do is share with you a fable that you probably all know. It's called The Emperor's New Clothes. And it's interesting because the king wanted new clothes, and they hired a tailor that was kind of a shyster, 2 of them, and they kept weaving this, and they told him that the fabric was so fine and so perfect that if you couldn't see it, you had no merit. You were actually stupid. So, of course, no one wanted to be stupid. So when the king stood there without any clothes on, they all made comments about how wonderful he was dressed. And it wasn't until he paraded down Main Street that a 6-year-old boy looked up and said, "Hey, what's that naked man doing up there?" That he was aware that he was naked. So I'm asking you, for the sake of California and for the sake of the Delta. Be that 6-year-old child and look through these documents and look at them as a finely woven fabric of words that, and see it as the naked water grab for what it is, and a flood of unintended consequences. And I just also want to say you don't have what you call a, dual, no co-equal goals. I don't know how that even, it's worded. There's just a single goal of profit for the few and abject misery for the many. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Frank Morgan. I'm here on behalf of my business, which is Captain Morgan's Delta Adventures out of Discovery Bay. I'm happy to say good morning to you this morning, so thank you very much for listening to public comments early on this morning. I appreciate that very much. So I was sitting in my office a couple of months ago and I opened up an email, and in the email, all of a sudden I see that was forwarded to me by a friend that the San Joaquin Office of Emergency Services had just closed all Delta rivers basically south of the Orwood Railroad Bridge, which meant literally the whole southern Delta all the way from Discovery Bay to Tracy out towards Bullfrog Marina, which is in the poster behind you, were all closed to all boat traffic. Zero boat traffic. I read that, I couldn't believe it. I said, whoever did this has no idea of the impact of this email and this ruling that they put out. So anyway, I called the Office of Emergency Services for San Joaquin County and I talked to the director over there. And I got to tell you, to his credit and his team's credit, within a couple of days, we had a meeting with them to talk about the impacts that full closure was going to do. And while they had legitimate concerns because of the high waters of the tides in the Delta, or the release from all the rain and runoff, it was overtopping some levees down by Tracy and so forth. There were many, many other parts of the Delta that weren't like that, and certainly not during mid-tide or low tide, would have little or no effect on the levee system. So we were able to talk over in a matter of a day of a compromise of how that would work for boaters to be able to still recreate in certain areas during certain tidal times, how businesses could transfer boats from dry dock back to their home ports in different communities. And I got to tell you, within a day, that was posted on their website, the Office of Emergency Services of San Joaquin County, and it was a workable solution for everyone by just talking it out. And they were the first to admit they weren't boaters. They had no idea that certain boats were too tall to get under a bridge without it opening. They had no idea that Bullfrog Bridge is the most popular fuel site on the Delta, sells more fuel than any other marina on the whole Delta, and 90% of its business is water related. And when you close the Delta to them, they'd be gone. History, closed forever. So they worked all that out. We managed to get through the summer and the high tides, and now we're back to more reasonable tides. But my whole point of that conversation is this. I'm encouraging you to not vote on this today. I'm encouraging you to wait and consider Michael Brodsky's recommendations. Let's sit down.
Your time's up.
Thank you very much, and accommodate those. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Nancy Van Meter.
Good morning. My name's Nancy Van Meter. I live in Pittsburgh. I've been a resident of the Delta area for approximately 30 years. My speech is metered because I only have one lung. So if I have to stop and take a breath, it's necessary in order for me to carry on my message. My message is that we need to make sure that we preserve our Delta. We all have memories of the Delta throughout our childhood and how precious the resources are. Growing up, we always made trips over the Delta In school, we studied the waters in the Delta. We used to take field trips and study the water to make sure it's healthy for all of our people. Please do not proceed with these twin tunnels. It's not for the benefit of the residents in East Contra Costa County because of the fact of all the residential, recreational, green, embracing the green technology, earth, enjoyment, and relaxation. So I would like to say to Mr. Thompson, you are now my big hunk. And to the captain, that helped organize this bus trip, you are my big hunk. Let's not let a few nut growers or big corporate interests control our water. Get Nestle out. They are a big fish. Buy other brands other than Nestle because they're water grabbing Lake Michigan waters, and they have poison water. So we as consumers can make better decisions. We can quit buying nuts from those nut growers, and the nuts in Washington must get out. So thank you very much.
All right, following Joseph, we've got Fred Main, June Jardine, Adam Borchardt, Bill Wells, Lucas Stewart Chilcott, Michael Brodsky, Julian Cantu, Jeremy Smith, Dan Bacher, and Kathy McClellan. And council members, by my estimation, with the requests we have ahead of us, we've got another hour and a half to go with public comment. All right, Joseph.
Hi, I'm Joseph Rizzi with Natural Desalination, and I do agree with Mr. Thompson, and I'm all for him too. I think what he said was absolutely on spot. Location is one of the key issues that I've brought up on several occasions. One of the biggest issues that I have came to you the first time about, which is the fish death trap at Clifton Court Forebay. This has been the responsibility of the water departments to fix. They should not kill any fish in order to export water to Southern California or anywhere else. With all the technology that they have today, they can't fix that one problem. Why should they take water from Sacramento? Why should you even trust them to build a tunnel underneath? And it takes a real offense to most of the people in here when you don't want to call it the water fix, when you have the water fix posters here. That is wrong. When you have in your documents all about construction, up and down, where is that construction? You've already made up your mind where that construction's going to go. I, like Mr. Thompson, agree with the Western Delta intakes. Take the water from Sherman Island. You have a railroad track right from the Clifton Court Forebay that goes directly to Highway 160. You want a path? Great path right underneath the railroad, right underneath the highway, right to Clifton, to Sherman Island. Now you only have 2 people who are involved in that tunnel. And by golly, you better get it right because you're not going to want to lose your transportation. And that ensures that you're going to build those tunnels correctly. And when you take the water from Sherman Island, from the north side, or the west side, if you like, you're going to be limited because all the water has come through the Delta, and you're not going to have regulations to control what you're actually doing. Nature's going to regulate you, and that's what you really want, because regulations can be changed. They might be great for right now, but what about the next board after you, or 10, 20, 100 years from now? They're going to start gobbling more and more water, and you can't control it. But if you put the tunnels to the western delta intakes at Sherman Island, you bet you're going to have to control it, because nature's going to make you control it, because you got to deal with the salt. If you pull in too much water, that's exactly what you're going to get, salt water. And your Southern California people down there and the farmers down in the Southern Valley, they're not going to want the salt water. That's what you really want to be able to do. You put in nature to be able to naturally control what you want to do. Don't put in regulations that can be easily changed or influenced or bought. This is a travesty when you say this is not about the water fix, when you have, and in all your stuff is all about the water fix.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Jessica, for clarity's sake, who provided the maps that are here in the front?
Michael Brodsky.
Okay. So Joseph, just for the record, these were not provided by the Delta Stewardship Council. Fred Main?
You allowed them in here.
Fred Main?
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Fred Main, today on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce Alliance of Ventura and Santa Barbara County. The alliance represents 11 chambers of commerce whose members employ 250,000 of the workers in the greater Santa Barbara Ventura region. You heard earlier from the Cayugas Water District the importance of movement forward and water reliability, and we strongly believe that adoption today of the draft amendments and moving the plan forward is in the best interest of overall water security and certainly for the economy and health of the citizens of Santa Barbara and Ventura County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. June?
Good morning, and thank you for your time this morning. My name is June Jardine, and I've been a resident of Discovery Bay for about 30 years, and also grew up and born and raised in Castro Valley. And the reason why I mention that is my family has been coming out to the Delta for recreational purposes and investment purposes for over 70 years. And so I have a very special interest in the area, not only in the memories over 75 years that my family and many people throughout the Bay Area have made out at the Delta. It's amazing. I also sell real estate throughout the Bay Area and Discovery Bay. And Discovery Bay and the Delta is just a very small part of the effects of this type of project. I hate to see you guys tunnel visioned on this. Please look at the whole picture. Most of our money that comes out to the Delta is from Santa Clara County, San Francisco, Alameda, and Contra Costa County. It will be affected. The people that bring their money out from the Santa Clara County are investing into the Contra Costa County and Alameda County, which is all of a big part of the Bay Area. This will be affected. We live in the most richest area in the world because of Santa Clara and Silicon Valley, and this will affect that. There's no other place for people to go in the Bay Area because they're outpriced by the housing. If we stop and start a project that does not make sense, it's going to affect housing in a lot of ways throughout the Bay Area. And I hope that, again, like Frank said, we can work together and make a solution, because that's what it needs to be done, is a solution to provide for everyone to be on board. There's so many different solutions. I've been coming to these meetings for years, and I kind of hear the same thing, and it is very tunnel visioned, and I hope that we can open up and work together, because it's not just a Delta issue, it's not just a recreational issue or a fish issue, it's a Bay Area issue. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Bill? Bill Wells? Bill Wells?
Say Bill Wells?
Yes.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Bill Wells. Bill Monroe Wells. Is that better?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. Number one, I'd just like to show you these maps put out by the Department of Water Resources in California. They're printed at the Office of State Printing, which I'm thinking that me and the other taxpayers are paying for. If there's anybody here from Discovery Bay, Rio Vista, Islton, Walnut Grove, you'd probably be unhappy to find that you're not mentioned on these maps. In fact, the maps show no infrastructure in the Delta. So as far as I'm concerned, the Department of Water Resources is conspiring to drive everybody out of the Delta. So thank you. If I could just drop another few comments here. Diverting the Sacramento River around the Delta, whether by canal, twin 44-foot diameter tunnels, or other device, is at best a short-term, very expensive method to take water from one group of users and give it to another. Estimates of the actual cost of the diversion range from $50 billion to $75 billion. Arnold Schwarzenegger said it would be about $55 billion, contrary to what Jerry Brown said. The citizens of California have been subjected to a huge snow job for the last several years. The co-equal goal of a more reliable water supply is code for extract more water from the Delta. Gigantic structures will be built along the Sacramento River to remove the water. Huge forebays will be built to store the water that does not evaporate. Family farms will be destroyed and Delta residents will be rousted from their homes. Many people in our state government would happily forget the Delta is a valid ecosystem and resource used by millions of people each year. Currently, the Department of Water Resources is distributing maps showing recreational opportunities. The Delta on these maps is shown with no highways, roads, or towns. If the river is diverted, it will have a devastating effect on the Delta and its residents. Tourism is a huge industry in the Delta with millions of visitors coming each year. There are approximately 11,500 boat slips at various marinas throughout the Delta, not to mention the wineries, museums, restaurants that depend on visitors' traffic. Thousands more people trailer boats in for fishing, cruising, sailing, and wakeboarding, many of them from Southern California. Salmon and other fish have been in decline since water exports from the Delta have increased over the last 40 years or so. Outbreaks of Vigaria densa and toxic algae have been attributed to low water flows caused by the pumps at Tracy. Jellyfish and other pelagic organisms are found as far inland as Bethel Island and Discovery Bay. Sea lions venture into downtown Stockton and upstream on the Sacramento River past Sacramento. Can the Stewardship Council give one example where removing more water from an ecosystem has helped to improve it? I challenge you, as you've been challenged many times before. California needs to come up with a long-term solution to create more fresh water, not divert it from one group of users to another. The very expensive tunnel plan is at best a short-term fix that might delay the real problem for 20 or 30 years. This at the expense of millions of people that live either in or near and visit the Delta. The California Delta Chambers, and I'd like to add, we represent thousands of people in the Delta. We strongly oppose diverting the Sacramento River around the Delta. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Adam?
Good afternoon, council members, Mr. Chairman. Julian Canetti, representing the California Asian Pacific Chamber of Commerce. The chamber represents the interests of over 600,000 Asian-owned businesses throughout California, which generate about $200 billion each year and employ over 1 million Californians. We strongly support the conveyance amendment before the council today. We feel by restoring more natural river flows and using advanced screening to protect endangered fish and habitats, this is the only viable solution to improve the Delta ecosystem. Conveyance will also protect our clean water supplies from future impacts of climate change like sea level rise and saltwater contamination. We need to stabilize water supplies for the over 25 million people throughout California. We must protect the health of the Delta while securing water supplies for California's homes, farms, and businesses. The status quo is only further deteriorating our water system and our Delta environment. The California Asian Pacific Chamber urges the council to support the conveyance amendment in the Delta plan. Thank you for your opportunity.
Thank you. Adam?
Good morning, Chair Fiorini and council members. My name is Adam Borchard. I am speaking on behalf of the Association of California Water Agencies. Can you hear me now? Yeah. All right. ACWA represents over 430 local public water agencies that collectively supply over 90% of the water delivered in California for domestic, agricultural, and industrial uses. We represent local agencies in Southern and in Northern California. To reaffirm our April 25th comment letter and public testimony during the May council meeting, ACWA supports the revisions to the draft Delta Plan amendment and urges the council to adopt the revised amendment today. We believe that the revised amendment is consistent with and advances the co-equal goals of ecosystem reliability and habitat restoration. Ecosystem restoration and water supply reliability as part of a comprehensive portfolio approach for the sustainable development, management, and protection of California's water resources. ACWA appreciates the staff's inclusion of references on pages 21 and 23 of ACWA's water storage integration study in the latest rounds of revisions. And on that note, we thank you for the very robust and public discussion today, and we are willing to assist staff and the council in developing comprehensive solutions for California's water resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucas?
Hi, good morning. My name is Lucas Stewart Chilcote, a resident of Antioch. I'm here representing all of the people that aren't able to talk today. Have my grandmother Celia McNeely here and my friend Evan Schneiderman. I'm here voicing my opinion of not supporting the tunnels or anything of that realm of destroying the Delta. My family has 2 kayaks, canoes, ski boats, 3 jet skis. We're really active with water sports, with fishing, and if this tunnel goes through and this plan, it's just gonna destroy it. It's just gonna destroy the rarest inverted delta on the west coast of the Americas. I go to Los Bonados Community College in Pittsburgh, California, and there's a committee called the Equity Committee, and they work for equality and justice and inclusion for all students and staff of the community college. And what I'm seeing here is not quite equity from the board or from either side of the BDCP framework. And I just want to implore that I haven't heard any resident from this area in Northern California that is supporting this tunnel project. And I'm 30 people in the public comments and still haven't heard a supporter. So that goes to show you a lot of negativity against this plan. So please vote no against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael?
Good morning. Michael Brodsky on behalf of Save the California Delta Alliance. Susan, I'd like to thank you for your acknowledgement of OSHA and my comments, and also thank Randy for giving us the opportunity to be on that panel. I had a phone conversation with OSHA just now, and while we believe that you have taken a couple steps in the right direction, that what you have before you is still a bad policy. And we urge you to vote no on the staff's proposed policy and to vote yes on Skip Thompson's motion to reopen scoping consistent with his comments. And there are a few reasons why. Okay. One is I'd like to point behind you. We all know, if anything makes it to you, that it's going to be alternative 4A, CWF. And right behind you there is a poster that says 3 intakes construction zone. That red line is a 6-mile-long, mile or so wide construction zone. There's going to be $11–12 billion of heavy construction in that zone, all 3 intakes, over 6 years, with 102 dBA pile driving, blasting, helicopter overflights, rock drills. The legacy town of Hood is right there in the middle of the construction zone. The legacy town Clarksburg is right there on the edge of the construction zone. The Clarksburg Marina is right here, and Don and Kathleen Ungraf have operated that marina. They're now in their 4th generation. The EIR says businesses and homes in the legacy communities of Clarksburg and Hood will be abandoned. Don and Kathleen's daughter, Madeline, is here today. I'd like to ask her to stand up. And your vote yes on the staff proposal means there will not be a fifth generation Clarksburg Marina. Same thing with Bullfrog Marina. This here is the route of the tunnels right through the center of the Delta. A few words that say any new conveyance that would transport from the north to the pumps should not run through the Delta, but should be routed around the outside of the legal Delta. If that were included in a policy, that would allow the transport of water and it would save the Delta from being destroyed. That's been studied as an alternative. It was the route of the original peripheral canal. Same thing is true with the location of the intakes. It can't be mitigated. Your language, try to be quiet, do your best. The only way to save Hood and Clarksburg is put those intakes somewhere else. So a few words that say intakes shall be located at least 5 miles from legacy communities would do it. Please scope those issues.
Yeah, and we have your letters too, so thank you, Michael. Jeremy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Jeremy Smith here on behalf of the State Building and Construction Trades Council. We represent over 400,000 construction trade union workers throughout California and over 120 individual unions. And we are in strong support of the Conveyance Amendment, and we support the California Water Fix. Current Delta water infrastructure is outdated and poses a threat to our water supplies, which 25 million Californians rely on. The Governor's Water Fix will create a more reliable system that protects water supplies from major earthquakes, floods, and would help mitigate some of the effects of climate change. The Water Fix will reduce reverse water flows created by our outdated system and improve the health of threatened and endangered fish in the Delta. The Water Fix has undergone environmental review and scientific analysis for well over a decade, and we cannot wait any longer to address the severe vulnerabilities of the Delta. We urge the Council to vote in support of the Conveyance Amendment as part of the Delta Plan to secure a reliable water supply for our state. Thank you.
Thank you. And as I reminded you last month, nothing in our amendment specifically supports a project. Dan Bacher?
Yes, I'm going to give a presentation that I gave at the last meeting. The reason why I was the very last speaker, and most of the people that were in the room were forced to leave because it was so late in the date. I think I spoke at 5:30. My name is Dan Bacher. I'm editor of the Fish Sniffer magazine. I write for numerous other publications. And I've concluded, after covering fish, water, and environmental justice issues in California and the West for over 30 years as an investigative journalist, the California Water Fix, aka dual conveyance, is the most environmentally devastating public works project I've ever encountered. And I'm urging the Delta Stewardship Council today to reject making dual conveyance the preferred alternative in the amendments to the Delta Plan. In my reporting, I've covered many aspects of the controversial plan. I've covered how the project won't create one drop of new water while spending up to $67 billion of taxpayer and ratepayers' money. I've covered how the project's former point man, Jerry Merrill, in a moment of candor in 2013, claimed that Delta can't be saved. I've covered how scientific panels ranging from the Delta Independent Science Board to federal EPA scientists to the latest report on the EIS by NOAA scientists have given the alleged science of the tunnels a failing grade, or at least had some notable criticisms of the science. I've covered how the project won't help Californians fund innovative water conservation, stormwater capture, or water recycling projects that are desperately needed. I've covered how the plan will push endangered fish species such as delta and longfin smelt, winter Chinook salmon, Central Valley steelhead, and green sturgeon over the abyss of extinction while failing to address the state's long-term water supply needs. I've also documented how the project will devastate not only San Francisco Bay and Delta fisheries, but recreational, commercial, and tribal fisheries up and down the West Coast. I've documented how the tunnels will also imperil the salmon, steelhead, and other fish populations on the Klamath and Trinity rivers that are an integral part of the culture and livelihoods of the Yurok, Karuk, and Hoopa Valley tribes, now facing the lowest estimated fall run Chinook run in history on the Klamath River. I've covered how the tunnels would devastate the Delta's $5.2 billion agricultural economy and $750 million recreation and tourism economy. I've documented how the Winnemem and Wintu and other California Indian tribes have been excluded or marginalized in the Delta Tunnels
Dan, your time's
process. Okay, but I got one thing. But in the many hours I've spent covering the California water fix, there's one terminal flaw with the project that stands out among all others. The water fix is based on the absurd contention that taking up to 9,000 cubic feet per water out of the Sacramento River at the new points of diversion will restore the ecosystem. Based on the intent, by the fact that I was the last person and there was nobody in the room and you continued that thing so long, I should be given extra time.
Dan, we went long because people exceeded their 3 minutes, such
Right.
as you're doing right now.
Okay.
Okay.
But I'm continuing. I don't care.
Okay. After Kathy, who's next in the queue is Valerie Nira, Thomas Zuckerman, Ray Qualley, Barbara Daly, Mark Lynn, Lou Erickson, Roger Thibault, Gary Prost, Cyrus Jeevers, and Kara Stein. Kathy? No Kathy? All right, then we'll go to Valerie Nira. No Valerie. Thomas Zuckerman.
I'm happy to report there still is a Thomas Zuckerman.
Welcome.
First, I want to verify that the letter that I sent subsequent to the May 25th meeting was circulated to the members of the board. Did you receive that?
Yeah, we've circulated all the letters that we've received.
Okay. Then I won't bother to repeat it. The principal message I wanted to give to you today is that by continuing to prefer a isolated conveyance through the Delta is the wrong exercise of your responsibilities. You have a responsibility in a adjudicatory fashion to have an open mind on these subjects when they come forward, and doing that precludes the ability to operate in a judicial manner. Now, staff has said, well, we're going to have a no project alternative, which includes, through Delta conveyance the way it exists today, but that really doesn't solve the problem. What you need to look at is not just a no project alternative, but means of maximizing the through Delta conveyance in conjunction with the other solutions to water supply across the state that are available and should be available within the budgets that we're talking about for the isolated facility. That is what you really need to do. You need to specifically identify in your process that type of an alternative and flesh it out. Those kinds of suggestions have been made to the council before. Bob Pike, John Garamendi, various other people have talked about Western Delta conveyance. That's one of the things that you could be looking at in conjunction with that, but those were, for whatever reason, perhaps because of the advice you get from your environmental lawyers, they were never really considered in the process. So you have to do that. I wanted to speak specifically for a moment to Cliff Dahm, and I will contact you directly on this, but your efforts to understand the water quality issues for agriculture in the Delta are at last a little bit sophomoric. And it's a much more deeper problem than that. To the council member, it's not just the North Delta and the South Delta that we're talking about. It's the whole Western and Central Delta portion of the Delta, which has a completely different problem. What affects plants is not the water quality directly in the river, it's the soil salinity, which is an accumulation of the salts from the practices that are engaged in, and that's what determines what's available. I will contact you, Cliff, and if you're interested in the discussion, I'll include you as well.
Thanks,
you.
Tom. Ray?
My name is Ray Qualls, and I live in Discovery Bay. I'm not being disrespectful by wearing the hat. I just want you guys to read the Shark Derby that takes place every year in the San Francisco Bay. That's salt water. That's where the sharks live. I would really, really hate to have folks having this derby behind my house. We've already seen seals in there and otter and so forth, so we know the salt is coming up towards us. It's going to be a problem. The good doctor, thank you for your report, but honestly and candidly, I didn't understand half the words you used. But you did talk about significant salinity. And I'm wondering if that salt, and we know it's going to creep up here because the water is not going to be coming down from the delta into the ocean to keep it pushed back. So the salt is going to continue to come this way. Those farmers, are they going to have to change their crops to tolerate the salt? Because if they do, that means a huge, huge impact on the economy, because a lot of our crops in California are shipped elsewhere. Maybe else people won't want to buy the crop that are new crops. I don't know. Just a thought. One huge problem I'm having with this whole report, this whole thing, potential, significance, reduced flow. What does that mean? There are no numbers put to it that I'm aware of. I haven't heard any, and I've been to several of these meetings. I would like to know what the potential is. Can you give me 20%, 40%, 30%, whatever it is? Significance. How great a significance does any of this affect our delta? How much water are we going to ship to Southern California? We don't know. We don't know. I know at the last meeting there was a scientist there, and he said, how can you consider going ahead with this project when you don't know what you're trying to accomplish? We don't know what the goals are. Right now we're trying to build a project, then after we get it built and spend billions and billions and billions of dollars, we're going to decide what to do with it. That makes no sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Barbara? Barbara Daly?
Good morning. I think it's still morning. I've kind of lost track of time. Delta Stewardship Council members, Mr. Fiorini, on behalf of North Delta Cares, we've commented, and I sent you the 12-page document, and the attachments will be coming, but I would just like to bring out a few points of it, if I may. We're concerned that the proposed Delta amendment for water conveyance, system storage, and operation of both is not in alignment with the duty of the Delta Stewardship Council to conform to the regulations stated in the 2009 Delta Reform Act. We believe the current revised version of the Delta Plan Amendment as proposed by the DSC staff and under consideration by DSC council members is deeply flawed, and adoption of the amendment would result in actions contrary to the Delta Stewardship Council's obligation to comply with Water Code Section 85304, which is the water reliability, the ecosystem restoration, and that it shall be achieved in the manner that enhances and protects the unique cultural, recreational, natural resource, and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place. What came up earlier today was the problem with the map here, and yes, we did bring that map in, and so you're somewhat denying the connection to the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, the BDCP. However, I would like to bring to your attention that the logo that you have there next to the number 5, the WAVE logo, is a BDCP logo, which connects that to the BDCP actions and all of the alternatives that have been listed by the BDCP and now the California Water Fix. The California Water Fix in the BDCP EIR EIS actually states that alternative 4A is the California Water Fix. Alternative 4A are the tunnels, the isolated conveyance, and they are the intakes at Clarksburg, Hood, and Cortland. So the other thing we have now is a dual conveyance, which was brought to the BDCP in April of 2011 by the state water contractors. And it does call for tunnels, and it does call for isolated conveyance, and it does tell the water contractors how big these tunnels should be. And so therefore, the dual conveyance that was just recently added in your April meeting has really been a part of this since back in 2011. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that this is nothing new coming from the scientists or anywhere else. It's coming from the state water contractors. So with that, I will close and ask you to not vote yes on this amendment, but to actually vote no, or if you must, just obey it, but do not accept this amendment as it's written. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Mark Lynn. Mark Lynn.
Hi there. Hi, Mark Lynn. Resident of Carmichael for 20 years, fisherman, protector of natural resources. I want to say thanks to everybody who's here today, especially if you oppose the twin tunnels. I want to give special thanks to Barbara Berrigan Padilla and the Restore the Delta folks, because, man, you guys have been just awesome. And I've been following this fight for a long time, and the folks I can always count on to get good information. Thank you. I grew up in Oakland, California, pretty poor. Lived in East Oakland, played in the streets. When I was 8 years old, we moved to Fremont, California, home of the Ohlone Indians, home of the Alameda County Creek, home of steelhead trying to vie for their survival and their existence amidst a water control facility, the Alameda Creek watershed, which turned into rubber dams by the Eastern Bay Municipal Utilities District. My friend John Schultz and I would go in there and capture steelhead that were, suffering from lamprey bites and their dwindling water source because Calaveras Reservoir couldn't supply enough water to go through the creek and out to the ocean. I grew up, went to Humboldt State, got a degree in natural resources planning and interpretation, went on to work for the National Park Service, U.S. Forest Service, California Department of Fish and Game. Ironically, I also worked for Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. I was the curator and environmental scientist and naturalist on the Multi-Species Reserve, a 12,000-acre mitigation project. They needed to set aside by law to protect Stevens kangaroo rats and many other endangered species because of the habitat destruction they imposed by building the large reservoir known as Diamond Valley Reservoir. In the last 20 years, I've probably fished the American River 30,000 hours or more, and I've learned more in my time on that river than I learned in any college or working for any government agency. Various projects get requested and pushed for, public works projects, and when they're virtuous, they're pretty self-explanatory. When they're beneficial to humankind, the planet, when they're economically, structurally, biologically, engineeringly, if that's a word, feasible and practical, they always find a way, or at least most often find a way to fruition. On the other hand, however, when public works projects are underhanded, riddled with ulterior motives, lies, scapegoats, public deceit, and they have a hard time passing. Is it no wonder that the name of this thing is changed like viruses trying to replicate DNA? from the California Water Bond Initiative to the Bond Conservation Act, the peripheral canal. What's his name? Schwarzenegger called it, we need a water conveyance, right? Well, you know, and now it's the California Water Fix, Eco Restore.
Your time's up.
There is no Eco Restore. That's like one last thing. That's like Trump, you know, saying, here's my $78,000 first installment of my salary to the Department of Interior, but we're taking $1.5 billion out of National Park Service and trying to turn national monuments into state-run rather than federally protected entities. I just want to say thank you, fight, stop these tunnels. They are absolutely no good for life.
Lou Erickson? No Lou? Roger? I'm here. Lou is here? Yep. All right.
My name's Lou Erickson. I'm a staff Commodore, Discovery Bay Yacht Club, which is a very large 1,000-member yacht club. And I'm also staff Commodore of Weber Point Yacht Club, a very small Delta Island Yacht Club. I speak for the people out there. I have personally traveled every single navigable waterway in the Delta during my lifetime. I started at 7 years old with my family. I've lived in this Delta my entire life and traveled around here. I'm probably older than most of you people on this board. You cannot do this to this Delta. You're going to kill it. It will change. It has changed some already with the peripheral canal, but now you're going to kill it with this tunnel. You can't fish 150 feet underneath the ground in a tunnel. You can't, the fish aren't going to live down there either. You're going to kill the Delta. Please don't do that to the people of the Delta. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger? Roger Thibault? Not here. Gary Prost?
Thank you. It's Tebow. I grew up in the Delta as a young person in the late 50s, early 60s, and as last speaker said, I can attest to the changes in the Delta. The fish started dying when we started shipping water south. But right now comes the moment that you are going to make your recommendation. And I'd like to look at, on the scale value, what you have. On one side, you have every environmental group. You have every fishing group. You have the residents of the Delta and the residents of the Bay. Everybody that is connected to life in this area is against these tunnels. So who is on the other side of the scale? How can this not be like that? Water contractors, people that are going to make profits off of destroying the Delta to make money somewhere else. So how can anybody look at everything that's been presented and make a recommendation for these tunnels? They're wrong. They're the wrong answer. They're going to kill fish. How can you destroy an environment as large as this? What are you going to say to the kids, in another generation when there's no fish and when they read about salmon and bass and sturgeon? What are those things? Oh, those are things your grandfather used to be able to go out and catch. But you can't do it now because somebody needed to grow pistachios in the desert of the San Joaquin Valley. You know, Miller and Lutz kind of started this off by, controlling all the water in the San Joaquin and the Friant Dam and all that stuff. It was bad for California in the long run. This is going to be bad for California in the long run. And as stewards of the Delta, not stewards of Orange County, not stewards of San Diego, your job is to be stewards of the Delta. And for the Delta's health, you need to vote no on this proposition because it's bad for people, it's bad for fish, it's bad for the environment, it's bad for California. Forget these suits up here. I notice everybody up here just talking about is very well dressed because they're all making a lot of money off of it. And that's the only thing that counts. Vote against this and restore the health of the Delta.
Gary Prost, another well-dressed spokesperson.
Yeah, I'd like to say for the record, I don't make a lot of money. And my name is Gary Prost. I represent Congressman Jerry McNerney here. He represents North San Joaquin County and East Contra Costa, including Stockton and Antioch. And I'm going to be very brief. He wanted me to share his concerns, which have been raised almost universally by his constituents, about the effect of salinity in the Delta from the diversions from the Sacramento River. There's great concern about that. There's a lot of communities in the Delta that depend on Delta water or on other tributaries. And one of their concerns is that more pressure is going to be put on those other tributaries like the Tuolumne River, the Stanislaus River, the Calaveras, and the McCollum to increase flows to maintain adequate salinity levels in the Delta. Now those rivers, those tributaries, were barely able to maintain this adequate supply during the drought to the communities that depend on them. And also, as noted by staff earlier today, the most critical points of managing those diversions is going to be not during the high flow periods when water is plentiful. It's going to be during the low flow periods when there's going to be the greatest pressure to increase diversions through the tunnels. And so the Congressman's not going to ask you to vote one way or the other. That's really not his place. But he wanted to make sure that his constituents' concerns were heard.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. And I commend your patience today.
Thank you, the Congressman. Cyrus Devers. He's coming. And then following Cyrus is Kara Stein. And then to queue up Douglas Heisa. Looks like Harry Thurston, Michael Frost, Wayne Reavers, Barbara Taki, Maximilia Ewalt, Catherine Borges, Pat Leisure, Ken Ma, Dane McCoy. Thank you for your grace in my mispronouncing some of your names. Cyrus.
You actually did really good with my name. Good job.
Thank you.
So I'd like to acknowledge I'm one of the suits up here. It's a nice suit. And I work for Southern California Water Interests. But that's not how I started. I was actually raised as a child on the Delta, and my dad was in the fishing game, and I patrolled it with him when I was 5 years old, back when there were actually ferries still taking us across some of the waterways and transporting cars. He was involved in one of the largest prosecutions of water pollution in the Delta. All that led to my interest in law school, where I studied natural resources and came out to prosecute environmental crime and work on the environment. Yet now I find myself working for Southern California Water Interest. And there's a very good reason for that. They're the only impactors on the Delta that have acknowledged their impact and are willing to put up money to mitigate it. Unlike many of the other interests that have impacted the Delta and are not acknowledged in the problem statement of this amendment, and that's the point of my testimony. The problem statement only acknowledges the impacts of the diversions. But let's be honest, the money that's going to be put up for mitigation is to mitigate the harm that's been done historically, mostly by agriculture. Most of the damage in the Delta has been caused by levees being put up over habitat, homes that are there. For the people that are in the audience right now, we're probably over what was once fish habitat, ripraps on levees, channelization, water speed, turbidity, temperature, all of that was impacted by those levees. Yet, it's the Southern California Water Interests that are going to put up the money to do some of this, all the mitigation. So that's why I work for them. So my comment is based on the problem statement of this should be amended to acknowledge all or more of the impacts that are on the Delta, because we're not going to achieve the goals unless we take a more comprehensive look at the impacts and not just focus on the impacts of diversions. Thank you.
Thank you, Cyrus. Kara?
Good afternoon. My name is Cara Stein. I grew up on Sherman Island, California, and I have been a boater, water skier, wakeboarder, windsurfer. I am definitely a recreation user of the Delta. I only left for 4 years when I went to school at Cal Poly while I competed on the Cal Poly water ski team, and I immediately came back, and I'm now a resident of Discovery Bay. My parents now live on Bethel Island. They live on Piper Slough, which is very close to where the rock barrier was installed last year as a temporary solution for the drought that we were experiencing. During this time, Piper Slough became a very stagnant slough, and usually the current is so strong in that area, it's so difficult to swim against. I went swimming in front of my parents' house, and within 24 hours, I broke out in a rash all over my body. I found out afterwards there's toxic blue-green algae, and the highest content of this algae was on the backside of this rock barrier. This algae is toxic. It has killed dogs. It can kill small children. Had I been swimming there with my niece and my nephew, and if they ingested water, this could have been very severe. I don't feel enough studies have been done to see how rerouting the water around the Delta will address this blue-green toxic algae. I know earlier today, one of the first speakers, I believe his name was Charlie, and I don't see him in the room anymore. He said, desalination plants are not possible. He said, dams are not possible. Any alternatives are not possible, and that all the studies have been done. I disagree. There is always a possibility. And as June Jardine said, I urge you today not to have tunnel vision and to vote no on the draft amendment in front of you today. Thank you.
Douglas? Douglas?
Good afternoon. Well, my name is Douglas Shah. I had a business in Legacy Town Lock, and now I'm a resident of Grand Island. Well, I agree so much to our Supervisor Thompson, who said that we need to know how much water we need before we can export. And I think that the technology is progressing forward. And in the forthcoming 13 years, there will be a lot of technology to solve the needs of our Southern California residents. But I don't think there will be a technology to remake and rebuild a legacy town. It's lifestyle, it's physical form. So I think I sincerely hope that the council will take great consideration for the legacy towns. Thank you.
Thank you. Harry Thurston. Harry Thurston. Michael Frost, Wayne Reavers are behind him.
Thank you for giving me this time. I understand the weight you feel in that seat, and I appreciate the decisions you have to make. But I came to this meeting today, I was just going to carry a sign and let that be my presence. But then I was listening to the Southern California water activists that were here, and I began to realize it's the same old story. Got to rob from Peter to pay Paul. I'm tired of robbing from Peter and paying Paul. I'm tired of the Delta paying the price for an undisciplined Southern California. Because the more water we ship them, the more they develop. The more they develop, the more water they want to have. They're not sustainable. Look at the Colorado River. Look what they've done around their own place. I don't want the Delta to suffer that same outcome. We have to discipline Paul. We have to make them sustainable in their use of water. Otherwise, we're all going to suffer. And I can't see so I urge you, please vote no on this amendment. We have to be sustainable in every resource we use. If we can't be sustainable in the use of that resource, we need to change. And you have the power to break this cycle of robbing from Peter to pay Paul, robbing from the Delta to pay Southern California. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Frost.
Thank you very much. We here
do not exist separately and distinctly from the environment. A delta that cannot support native fish cannot supply clean drinking water. We talked about salinity earlier, and thank you for all that talk. I mean, one issue in salinity that I never hear is when we pump the San Joaquin River down to western San Joaquin Valley and put it on top of all the salty clay-laden soils down there, and then it rolls back in the San Joaquin River, it comes back, we're like, wow, how's all the salt getting here from the ocean? Much of it is not coming from the ocean. It's coming from farming wetlands. And when we figure out all these different issues, we're ignoring the elephant in the room, which is the corporate agribusiness beast. That is the emperor with no clothes. It's that we're all working around this elephant in the room, the corporate agribusiness beast. Like, how do we do everything? How do we move everything else around? Let's attack the beast, okay? Southern California, while they do use a ton of water and they have participated in unchecked development, there are some towns in Southern California that have done a great job and set a wonderful example for regional self-sufficiency. One of those is Sun Valley, California. They had massive flooding in the early 90s. And this town was going down a path to put in a new drainage system to take all the water and just dump it right down the LA River and the paved river out to the ocean. Right before they signed off on it, some other consultants came in and say, hey, wait a minute. What if we invest in catchment basins and regional self-sufficiency, spend the same amount of money, but we're gonna save ourselves. They spent the same amount of money. Now they have an additional 8,000 acre feet of water per year they did not have before. Every dollar you spend on regional self-sufficiency mitigates flood and drought. Another wonderful case study, and I would love for you guys to look this up and check me on it, is the Australian Millennium Drought. There was a 15-year drought in Australia. At the beginning of the drought, the government said, oh, okay, well, let's do a desal plant and an interbasin pipeline, very similar to the Twin Tunnels. That would say year 3, 4 of the drought. Year 5, 6, 7, 8 go by. They're literally running out of water. In the middle of the drought, they took high-level measures and said, okay, we need to mitigate heat island effect. We need to focus on local supply. We need to invest in regional self-sufficiency. These were incredibly low-cost solutions that gave immediate results. And if they didn't implement these things, they literally would have run out of water. Australia is very similar to California. Wet season, dry season. Most of the people live on the coast, and it's very, very similar. At the end of the 15-year drought, they solved their problem. The desal plant was never even turned on because it used too much energy, and it was really bad for heat island effect. And the interbasin pipeline was never utilized. Not one drop of water went through the interbasin pipeline. Why, you may ask? They did not want to dry out the area of origin. This case study has already played out in real time in the real world. If a 4-year drought was somehow mind-blowing for the people of California, that is nothing, literally nothing. 20-year, 50-year, 100-year droughts are par for the course over the last 2,000 years.
Time's up. Thank you very much. Michael Frost. Is Michael Frost here? All right, Wayne Reeves.
Good afternoon. My name is Wayne Reeves. I'm the president of the Contra Costa County Farm Bureau. I lived in Contra Costa County all my life. I grew up in Concord, but I moved out to the Brentwood area. We swam in the Delta. We fished in the Delta. Probably the greatest parts of my life. I remember my dad showing me how to fish in the Delta. But I'm here to talk about agriculture. Agriculture is very important in Contra Costa. We've got some of the finest ground. We've got some of the finest corn in the nation grown in Contra Costa County. We've got other plants and vegetables that we provide food for your table. Everybody has to eat. But this last year, we've had problems. We've lost some of the crops because of the salinity in the water. We've lost some of the people that have tried new products and lost everything. We need clean water. We need the water that these plants and these people can survive on. Some of these farmers have been in our county for many, many generations, and they still want to continue that. But you can't continue that. My father-in-law had to shut his dairy down because he couldn't, of the regulations and the problems in government. But the fact is, you have a chance to protect the Delta, give us the clean water we need so we can grow those fine fruits and vegetables, bring the people from outside our community, from San Francisco, Oakland, down in San Jose to pick those cherries. You can imagine what the streets are around, the roads are the roads around the area are during picking season, where you pick. They come out, they see that, but we're going to lose all that if we can't have the good water. Protect the Delta. Think about the Delta first. You know, there's words in our history books that says, we the people. Think about we the people. Think about the Delta, what we have, and what we want to keep. Think about those farmers that are providing food on the table. And I want to keep food on the table for my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren and your children and your great-grandchildren. We need that. We need the clean water to do that. Thank you very much.
Barbara? Barbara?
Hello. Hello, my name is Barbara Takei. I thank you for your continuing attention, and I just wanted to, well, my mother is from Walnut Grove, grew up there before World War II, decimated Walnut Grove when the Japanese American community was removed from Walnut Grove, taken from their homes and accused of disloyalty because of their Japanese faces. Walnut Grove has a remarkable history because it tells a story, a very dark story of America that was very anti-immigrant. Walnut Grove was like a plantation where Japanese Americans were treated almost as slave labor, as were Chinese. And so the communities of Locke and Walnut Grove is 5 times the size of Locke, and had a thriving population before World War II, when everybody was removed. And it was a place where Asian Americans were not allowed to own the land that their homes were on. So it tells a story of an anti-immigrant, anti-Asian history of America. My mother went to segregated schools, and that segregation continued until after World War II. So Walnut Grove and Locke are the only 2 remaining Asian American rural Japantowns and Chinatowns in the entire nation, which, because of their significance, I'm here to express how alarmed I am and how alarmed other Asians are about the impact that the Twin Tunnels could have on these 2 communities. So I really urge you to delay your vote so that you can discuss ways that you can mitigate the adverse impacts of the Twin Tunnels on these 2 rare and unique Asian American communities. So I thank you for your attention.
Okay. Next up, Maximilian Ewald. How did I do on that pronunciation?
How did you say it?
Maximilian?
Maximilian.
Oh, okay.
But good try.
Oh, thank you.
So my name is Maximilian Ewald, and I hail from San Francisco. Came up this morning early. And I just wanted to remind the committee, or the committee, about these co-equal goals. And one of the things it states in there that it shall, shall be achieved in a manner that protects and enhances the unique cultural, recreational, natural resources and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place. This item will not do that. It will not protect or enhance Walnut Grove and Locke. It will destroy them. I hope you will read James Motlow's book. It's an incredible book. I'm here to support my friends who live in Walnut Grove and Locke. There are a lot of them here today. It would devastate those communities because I understand these, it's the through Delta conveyance. There's going to be a tunnel there at Walnut Grove, the one end of Walnut Grove and at the other end of Locke. They're very close together. It would devastate these areas. These are very rural, they're beautiful towns. You should go visit them. I encourage you to go visit them. I encourage you to take walks out behind Locke and along the water where we swim, where there are turtles, where there are river otters and beavers and the sandhill cranes, the migrating birds. People come out to see the migrating birds. There used to be millions of birds in the Delta, and they're all pretty much gone compared to, the sky used to be black with them. And now, but the sandhill cranes, go out and see the migration. It's incredible. It's like being on safari. And it's not just about the fish. It's about all the wildlife and the people. And let me see. So I also, in hearing today, some of the things that were mentioned in this plan. First of all, the language added from the public comments I thought was incredibly vague about reducing reliance on Delta water. There was nothing in there to show any accountability if this reliance on Delta water is not reduced. I also don't know who did the EIR. Who was it done by? It needs to be done by an independent review. So let's see, what else? So in my mind, it is not feasible. Okay, my time is up. So I urge you to please vote no on this amendment. Please vote no. And if you have to, then delay it until more people know about it, because this is new information about these tunnels in these two places. So thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Catherine Borges.
Good afternoon. I hadn't planned to comment on the agenda item, but as the president of the Salida Chamber of Commerce, I wanted to go on the record as representing a chamber that's in opposition to the plan, since so many chamber reps here today support it. While Salida, which is an unincorporated community along the Stanislaus River in Stanislaus County, if the plan proceeds as it is written, then my community and my county will be sacrificed. The economy, the farmland, and our lives as we know it. And for what? For the chamber in Santa Barbara? We cannot compete with Southern California in population, funding, and politics. So it is in your hands to find an option that works. As Mr. Thompson so aptly stated, millions of people in the Bay Area, Sacramento Valley, and San Joaquin Valley depend on a viable solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat.
Hello, my name is Pat Leeser. I'm a resident of the Bay Area for 50 years, been a resident of Antioch and Oakley for 40 years, and I've been blessed to be able to fish the Delta, not only sport, but also professionally. I fish it with my son professionally, and next year I get fish with my grandson professionally, which is going to be something that I wish if you guys could just get out and get on the water and fish with your kids or your grandkids and see the beauty of the Delta. As a professional fisherman myself, and there's some other here, if you guys would like to go out, I will take you out there. I will show you around. I'll give you the opportunity to fish. I'll provide everything. You need to see what you're voting to destroy. If you go through with this, you're going to destroy this opportunity for generations to come. And so, I'm not a paid spokesman like many others. I'm not an eloquent speaker. All these people here, they're not paid. They came at their own expense. They paid their own money to get here. They didn't fly up on a jet. They're not getting paid. Those people that are supporting this, they're getting paid. They're not spending any of their money. It doesn't matter to them personally because they're getting paid. We, 99% of us here, we're taking it out of our own time, our own money, because we believe in this. We love this Delta. We love this community. We need you to put a hold on this until you get it right. You cannot pass something that's going to destroy it so quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken Ma.
Afternoon, Council. I also represent the bass angling community along with Pat Leisure. And I had a prepared statement, but I've worked with Mike before, so I'm going to stand up here and give him my 3 minutes.
So again, we're asking you to not accept.
Mr. Chairman, before we do that, I don't mind one, but I don't want to go down the road to start, accumulating time.
Okay, so we're asking you to not accept this amendment because the monetary costs are too high, the environmental costs are too high, and the opportunity costs are too high. We talked about regional self-sufficiency earlier. We haven't even scratched the surface in California for regional self-sufficiency. We are definitely married to some assumptions that were dreamed up in 1890, executed between the 1930s and the 1990s, and where now all those long-term costs are coming due. The short-term gains have already been derived. They've already been spent. Long-term costs are coming due. What's the solution? More of the same. We need to invest in regenerative agriculture. We need to retire much of the western San Joaquin Valley that's very, very salty, clay-laden soils. We don't want the Delta to be Kesterson Wildlife disaster part 2. We're already halfway there with all the salt water coming down the San Joaquin River. We need to address unchecked development throughout the state. California has been selling the dream of unchecked development. There's endless resources for whatever you want in perpetuity. That's not the case. We are now at that inflection point. There's 2 case studies that I want to talk about. One is Iraq. The Tigris and Euphrates River come together in present-day Iraq. Thousands of years ago, through irrigation, through land clearing, through agriculture, over thousands of years, they salted up all that soil and turned what was a fertile delta into a dry, salty desert. Look up the poplars of Iraq. There used to be so many trees in Iraq that a squirrel could run across the entire country without touching the ground. The other case study I want to mention is the coastal branch of the California Aqueduct. Because Santa Barbara has been mentioned. Ask a lot of the people in Santa Barbara how they felt about that investment. The coastal branch of the California Aqueduct was built in the 1990s. All this Delta water was sold to them with great reliability at a very minimal cost. The cost wound up, it was built, the cost wound up being 700% greater than what was forecast. And the deliverability of water was a third of what was promised. So I find it quite odd that Santa Barbara is here asking for more tunnels, more pillaging of the Delta. It's tough. The hardest thing to do is to change our minds and the minds of ourselves and the entire state. We're locked in to 19th and 20th century assumptions. It will be incredibly difficult to change those, to change our mind, but it has been done, and it can be done, and it will be done. And please dig into the Australian Millennium Drought.
All right, thank you very much. Dane McCoy. Is Dane McCoy here?
Hi, my name is Dane McCoy, and I'm a director for Save the California Delta Alliance. Everything that I was going to say has been said, and I just want to thank you for giving everyone here time. But I would like to say that, and I know you've heard it many times before, I would love to see you have your meetings at a time that more people in the community can come and hear what's going on so that they know. This is kind of like railroading something through, and there's many, many more people like us that have these, that have concerns about what's going on. So if you can maybe change your meetings to the evening every now and then so that we can all come here, and you can hear all of us speak, it would sure be appreciated. And then with regards to scoping, I'd like to see that reopened. I'd like to see something done about that. Save the California Delta Alliance would love to be a part of helping with that, if you will. And you can call on me. Again, my name is Dane McCoy. I'm from Discovery Bay. and I'm with Save the California Delta Alliance. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Pat? Pat, that's all the blue slips I have. Do you have any more? Okay. Council members, you've heard public comment. This is an action item. Your reaction, your response? Skip?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do have a response. I was made aware of what is called the Abilene paradox, and I'll summarize it. As I understand, Abilene paradox is when one or a group invests so much in an effort, they will never admit they are wrong. And I think we may be at that point that so much time has been invested in this effort that we're either unwilling or unable, for a variety of reasons, to change our position. And so one of the first things Mr. McCoy, I think it was last speaker, asked that the scoping be reopened. We re-engage the public. I think that is not a bad suggestion, because what I've heard over the last 3 or 4 months is there are a number of people that are just now starting to hear about what is going on. And so if we truly want to hear what those that are going to be most affected by our decisions, we ought to at least allow for an additional meeting or two. You know, and as far as the amendment itself on the CSO, it is too narrowly focused on dual conveyance. And I would hope that we as a council would look more broadly and say, you know, maybe this dual conveyance doesn't work. Maybe a through Delta conveyance works with all of the other portfolio measures that we can put in place. And I was speaking in the hall with Mr. Brodsky, I think it was Michael Brodsky, and he suggested that, look, he ran off a couple of efforts that were made where those that were in opposition to one another sat down. So, you know, I'm not, maybe I am. I'm an elected official. I always want to think that the public and those that are promoting something, the contractors in this case, could sit down and see if they couldn't work out something that achieves their goals, but yet at the same time doesn't destroy the Delta. So those are my comments. I think most of my colleagues here would know where I'm coming from. I'll be voting no on this amendment because and my vote is no, not because I don't think this council and staff, which I do want to acknowledge that they've done a very good job. They've tried to incorporate comments that have been made over the last several months, but the changes that have been made have not met the threshold that I need to feel comfortable that the Delta, and I think, you know, maybe I have a soft spot in my heart for the legacy communities. I think, again, I can't emphasize what I think they mean to us as Californians. They are who we are. And I think all of us on this council understand that we don't want to be the reason that the Delta is destroyed, nor the legacy communities. So my one request would be to re-engage the public and have another meeting or two. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes, Anthony?
If I can interrupt, I want to make one clarification, and when it's time, I could read what we are recommending to the council.
That would be good at this time.
Okay. So
if I can interrupt, I heard if the council is preparing to make a motion, I'd like to read onto the record the 3 amendments that I heard come up and make sure that that's what the council wants to do in this text.
Yes, please.
The first I heard was on page 17, and it was a proposed amendment from Councilmember Thompson. Line 2, we would strike the language that reads, still has the potential for impacts to, and replace that with will have impacts on.
Yes, agreed.
The next amendment was also proposed by Councilmember Thompson. Thank you. The next amendment was also proposed by Councilmember Thompson, was on page 27, line 6. We would strike "that includes all of" and replace it with "including but not limited to." No objections?
And that is credited to Councilmember.
Friendly amendment from Councilmember Tatayan. Okay, I think that we had a nodding of heads, yes.
And the third amendment I heard was on page 36, footnote 116 from Councilmember Johnston, requesting that we add the text of WRP1 into that footnote.
And
At least a summary of it is what I heard. Definition of reduced reliance and a summary of reduced reliance.
Patrick, is
correct?
that a summary is adequate? Or do you wish to have the WRP1 in
Well, I guess
entirety?
The definition?
I think that this definition's better. Just put the definition in there.
Okay.
Yes.
Everybody
Right.
agree with that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Anthony, the staff is recommending.
Well, I want to start with a clarification. The council staff recommendation of action is not the formal adoption of an amendment to the Delta Plan today. It is just the approval and direction to transition forward into step 3 of the process and do the environmental review. There will be subsequent council meetings for the public to continue to provide input, as well as a public process to comment on a public draft programmatic EIR, which was previously mentioned by Ellen, and is projected to be available later this year, either late summer or early fall. So, including Bethany's inclusions that we heard today, we asked the council to approve attachment 1 to the staff report as a project description for the purposes of conducting their environmental review. We also asked the council to delegate authority to the executive officer to correct any errors, typos, and make other non-substantial clarifications in response to issues identified during the environmental review process. And once environmental review is complete, to make necessary formatting changes to proposed language in order to present it to the council for consideration as an amendment to the Delta Plan rather than in this standalone format that you've been considering to date.
Okay, so you've heard the staff proposal. What's your pleasure?
I move the amendment with the additions cited by our council.
Okay. We have a motion in favor of the staff recommendation. We have a second by Councilmember Damrell. Any further discussion? Ken and then Susan.
So first, I'd like to thank Member Thompson for the revision suggested on page 27, because I believe that that opens up this draft to some other possibilities. And I want to emphasize that I think that WRP1 is a very powerful policy, and it is a regulatory policy that addresses reducing reliance on the Delta. So I feel that with the proposed language changes that were suggested today, along with WRP1, and the outcome-based items on addressing operations, that this is a solid draft to go forward for CEQA analysis. So just wanted to say that.
Okay. Ken?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I can't say I'm really new, but being relatively new to this issue it's been an eye-opener for me. And, you know, I've had the opportunity to go out in the Delta and talk to people. And, I've been involved in public works projects for like 30 years. And this, the group of residents that have come to our meetings, I think you've clearly shown a commitment and a passion for your community and, your way of life. And that's admirable, and you may not think it, but we have heard you. And, I think it's clear you want no. You don't want anything to happen, and I understand that. And this is a local, I've kind of been corrected where I've called this a local project. People said, no, it's a regional project. No, it's bigger, it's statewide. But it feels like a local project, and I know it feels like a local project to you. And in my experience, that, it's difficult. So we know you're at no, but we've also tried to glean the issues that you raised, whether it's about water quality impacts, whether it's about the tunnel muck and where it looks like the closures of waterways, all of those types of things are in this amendment. It's important to remember this amendment is a policy statement. These are recommendations that if something happens, it should happen this way. And one of the key elements we put in here is there's got to be formal and ongoing communication with the community. So we did try and hear these issues, whether it's disruption of transportation and figuring this out. How do you sequence construction so you're not in the same place, for 10 years? I don't think that's a reality that they're going to be somewhere. But, we did hear you, and I appreciate, what you said, and it's not your job to take care of the rest of the state. I want to, okay, we've
Settle down, settle down.
All right. Hey, I've been in public works for 30 years. I spent 15 years on a seawater desal project, which I am so encouraged how supportive of you, but people that signed comment letters here also oppose that project. So there isn't an endless local supply of water for Southern California. But I want to straighten out some misconceptions, and I feel obligated to do that. And I think a lot of people, a lot of comments I heard are working off of very dated impressions and stereotypes of water use in Southern California. I'll talk about where I'm from, San Diego County. Since the early 1990s, we added about 800,000 people, and we're using less water today. City of Los Angeles can say the same thing, using less water today than they were in the 1990s. That is a factual, well, that's, okay.
Let him finish.
Okay.
Please settle down. Let him finish.
What I'm just trying to say is that we are doing everything we can. We have spent billions of dollars in Southern California on local supplies to reduce reliance on the Delta. It's recognized. But if you want them to use no Delta water or live with the unreliability, that's asking a lot. And I want to point out that one of the things that we're doing in Southern California is potable reuse. And you've heard about that, but I want to be very clear what that means. That means on a planned, deliberate basis, you treat wastewater and you use it as part of your drinking water supply. Not only are we doing that, so understand, I fought the battles, toilet to tap and all of those things. We are doing the right things and we are embracing it. There is no one in Northern California who has gone to that length. So I just think it's important to recognize and give credit that there is a commitment both from the public and financially, and we'll pay. In San Diego, we pay twice what they're paying in Sacramento for water, and we're using less a month. So I think it's not fair to Southern Californians to kind of, maintain these stereotypes. I'm not going to talk for Central Valley agriculture, and you could disagree with me. This is America. This is California. We're a nation and state of laws. I'm not going to talk for Central Valley agriculture, But water, it's not about the billionaires, it's about the people that work on the farms. It's about, I'm just going to make this statement. I would ask you to let me do it so you can understand where I'm coming from when we vote. It's about jobs for people in disadvantaged communities in the San Joaquin Valley. It's the economy of the San Joaquin Valley.
Settle down.
Okay, all right. Hey, it's not your job to think about the rest of the state. But I would hope it is. But this is a water resource of the state. The 1959 Porter Burns Act created the State Water Project. So it's not a local supply, it's a water of the state that 26 million people rely on to some degree, and we are legislatively mandated to achieve the co-equal goals. And that's what we have to do. But we're not the only, element in the state. I mean, I get it, there's this enormous lack of trust, but there's other institutions in the state that are to protect the interests that you've raised. And we've got to rely on them. If you don't rely on them, I understand that. And I understand your position, but I think our job is to balance achieving those co-equal goals, to hear what you said to us. And again, what we're doing is we're just creating policies and to try and hear that. And I think we've heard that. Okay, well, for 40 plus years, we keep coming up with the same solution. So there must be something there. How it works and for your community is important. And I think we've recognized it. And that's why I'm going to support
All right.
the amendment.
We have quiet. We have a motion before us. Any further comment?
First of all, before I call the question, because I think any further discussion is not going to be fruitful, these folks want to see us vote and then get the decision. I think that's what they want, whatever that decision will be. Before there were the 20 equal goals, though, the law was established in California as follows, and this is referred to in a number of places within the amendment, and it's Water Code, I think it's Water Code 106.3. It's in various places in the amendment. And this is a basic policy of the state of California, long before any of us were born, probably before we ever had a council, that's for sure. It is hereby declared to be the established policy of the state that every human being has the right to safe, clean, affordable, and accessible water, adequate for human consumption, cooking, and sanitary purposes. This is not about the Delta. It is not about the Bay Area. It is not about anything to do with Sacramento and the legislature. It's about the people of California. And that's a tough thing. It's not easy to face people that are hurt and angry with this decision. But I call the question.
All right. No.
No.
No. The question,
Chairman, I think I'm going to object to that. I think we should vote, and otherwise it's going to be debating. We have plenty of time to debate, and I'm sure you want to hear more discussion, but I think we should vote on this issue and preclude discussion even more from us.
The question has been called for. Patrick?
Johnston, aye.
Damrell, aye.
Weinberg, aye.
Fiorini, aye. Motion passes 5-1. We'll recess until 1:50. Thank you all for coming. Okay, welcome back. We are reopening after a approximately 45-minute lunch break. File item number 6, adoption of the May 25th, 2017 meeting summary.
I'll move them, Chair.
We have a Thompson motion and a Johnston second. Any discussion? The vote. Fiorini, aye?
Thompson, aye.
Thompson, aye. We have 4 out of 4. The motion passes. Chair's report, I have good news. Nothing to report. File item number 8, the executive officer's report.
Good morning. I also intend to keep this to the point in the interest of time. Since we're still waiting on at least one guest to arrive, though I will say, sorry, it's been a long morning, that we'd like to welcome Edmund Yu to the Delta Science program as a new hire. He's going to be filling the Independent Science Board staff support position. Prior to the council, Edmund worked for the Department of Water Resources for more than 8 years on a broad range of projects, which ranged from water quality monitoring to analyzing the extent of fish loss from the State Water Project and Central Valley Project. In more recent years, his work at DWR focused on planning restoration projects and fish passage improvement projects in the Yolo Bypass. And while working at DWR, he received both his BS from UC Davis and his MS from the University of San Francisco in environmental science and management. So we've rearranged the order of our agenda today as we covered CSO first thing in the morning. Now I'm going to briefly do my executive officer's report, which includes a report on an MOU that I am poised to sign with the Flood Board and the Department of Water Resources related to our work on Delta levees. After that, we're going to move straight to our performance measures agenda item, and then, subject to time and the chair's consideration, we'll hit the lead scientist's report. So with the support of the chair and the vice chair, I'm asking today for your approval to revise the Delta Levy Investment Strategies Delta Plan Amendment, which you endorsed at your March 23rd, 2017 meeting. The limited revision changes the specific proposed Delta Levy Investment Strategy Amendment provision that relates to the prioritization of state investments in Delta levees and risk reduction from a regulatory policy as proposed to maintain flexibility for it to be either a policy or a recommendation. So essentially, we're asking you to consider flexibility moving forward. I will also update you on the status of a proposed memorandum of understanding. This memorandum of understanding, as I mentioned, with the Flood Board and Department of Water Resources, is intended to establish a more formal working relationship in order to administer current plans and policies across our agencies, as well as to implement future levy-related amendments to the Delta Plan, including the proposed Delta Levy Investment Strategy Amendment. When the legislature instructed us to recommend priorities for state investment in Delta levees, they directed us to do so in coordination with DWR and the Flood Board, as both agencies have overlapping jurisdiction with the Council as it relates to recommending or approving funding for Delta levees. We have worked with representatives from both agencies from the beginning of this effort, and you've heard directly from their representatives at a few council meetings, including a joint council meeting, Flood Board meeting held in August of last year. As a result of that meeting, subcommittees from both boards were established to work on aligning agency actions on Delta levees, and DWR was brought into those discussions as well. From our council, Randy and Susan have been very involved as a subcommittee, and from the Flood Board, members Mike Valines and Joe Countryman participated. A few months ago, conversations began to crystallize around the value of an MOU across our agencies to better articulate roles and responsibilities and to better ensure that we're working towards common goals for Delta levy investments. Central to this discussion was how could we strengthen working relationships to implement not just the Delta Plan, but relevant parts of the Flood Plan as well. So I'm pleased to let you know that we've reached agreement on an MOU. It's included in your packet. The MOU lays out in some detail how we'll work with DWR and the Flood Board and divide responsibilities as it comes to collection and sharing of data, making and reviewing funding decisions, coordinating on various respective planning processes, and more. And we expect a detailed implementation effort will follow after this MOU is signed. Today, however, I'm not asking for your approval of the MOU, as you've already delegated signing authority to me, but instead I'm asking for you to consider adding an element of flexibility to our levy investment strategy amendment. Because you voted on this amendment in March, any changes do require another vote. So today, I'm here to ask that as a reflection of the commitment we have from DWR and the Flood Board to work together on both the implementation of the current Delta Plan and future amendments to the Delta Plan related to levy investments, that you consider my request to add an option to the amendment that our regulation could also be considered as a recommendation. This flexibility would allow us to begin implementing the MOU with our partner agencies and to receive any additional public comment on the topic, as well as new information from CEQA analysis, before the council would then ultimately decide between a regulation or a recommendation approach early next year when you vote on the entire Delta Plan package of amendments. Today, in the audience, we have both Bill Croyle, Acting Director of the Department of Water Resources, Chief Deputy Cindy Messer, as well as counsel from the Flood Board, Jeet Dua, with us today, and as well as our staff, Dustin Jones, in case there are any detailed questions. With that, I'll turn it over to Randy and Susan and see if they have any comments.
Thank you, Jessica. And I concur. Jessica did a good job of explaining the process and how we have arrived where we are today with a request for an action to be taken by you. In support from our agency partners, the Central Valley Flood Protection Board and the Department of Water Resources, we're grateful for the representation here, in particular Acting Director Croyle, in being here to show your support for this arrangement. I want to give the council an opportunity to ask any questions, or if you need any clarification, now would be the time to do that. Patrick?
I really appreciate the director coming, given all your responsibilities and stuff. But I'm a little disappointed because I really wanted to just put Cindy on the hot seat. Yeah, sure, come on up.
No, I think he really wants you to come up.
Darn.
Yeah, that'd be great. Tell us how you conceive of this memorandum of understanding as far as DWR going forward.
Can we start?
Either way. Okay. First of all, we're going to talk later about your comment that got us here. So let me start with, if you don't mind. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to brief you. I think on this warm day, I think we've come together quite a bit in the last number of months. So I appreciate Jessica's comments and the work that both Randy and Jessica, as we work as a team on this issue. This is an important step for our process. We're committed to implementing this MOU strategy and working through the implementation plan. And I wanted to highlight a couple things that are in play that help make this, I think, be a successful endeavor on making sure that we're aligning between our three major resources and agencies in this endeavor. One of the most important things, I think, we're continuing to realign organization on levies within the Department of Water Resources. So on July 1, we're consolidating all of those activities, so it's under the Division of Flood Management, so everybody's under one roof. That'll help us. I think that also helps us align better with the plan, the flood plan. And so that's, again, an opportunity to make sure that we're streamlining and looking for opportunities to make sure as we collect that information and report out on what we're doing, what our local LMAs are doing, what all of us aren't doing or what we need to do is an important part of that process. And so we're looking forward to further developing the existing relationships, really improving that and making sure that have what I call eyes wide open on this and making sure that we're working towards this common goal. So I don't know, Cindy, if you want to add.
Not much to add to it, but, maybe just echo a few things. I think, the idea with this MOU and kind of bringing the three entities together was that, as Bill said, it gives us a chance to really kind of dive in, look at our various roles and responsibilities, the different plans, the Delta Plan and its priorities for levee investments, the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, the department's guidelines and our processes around levee investments. And we really have a chance to put that all out on the table, the suite of tools that we have before us to work through with the resources that we have at any given point in time. It lets us kind of, I think, run through some strategic planning activities together. What makes sense to do? What are the priorities? What resources do we have? What information do we need? And then who can collect that information the best? How do we report that out? How do we store it? How do we have it available, not only for our use, but broader uses? And then, as Bill alluded to, we've talked a little bit about the reporting. And at least in my mind, the vision I've kind of had for that is, I think every November, and actually I think Director Croyle has done this in the past, DWR would come to the council and do kind of a water year in review and then what's coming up for the next year. And I could see doing something like that before the council and maybe even the flood board. So we're all kind of aware of the planning that's gone into the year, what's on tap for the year to come, progress we've made, where there might be some rocks in the road, how we're working through those. But it's just that consistent communications and messaging that I think this gives us an opportunity.
So the reference to reorganizing, have you decided what staff will participate in this process that's anticipated in the MOU, the work plan three agencies are going to develop together?
So we do need to finalize the team. I mean, we definitely have some core staff that this is their area of expertise, but I do anticipate that we need to rethink that team a little bit, given, I think, kind of the different approach that we're taking.
Do they report
with
up
this.
to you or
Ultimately,
you, or-
yes. Yes.
But
So
I
we'll
mean,
have a deputy.
is it something you're going to be overseeing or
The executive
holding
sponsor.
accountable? Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
That's the term. Thank you. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if it takes money or budget requests to do any of this, how do you view that, DWR?
Well, with regard to the MOU,
Yeah.
I think we have the existing resources to implement the relationship and the reporting. I think when you ask that question, it's like, is there other things that we're not doing that we need to do? I think the idea behind the realignment is consolidation,
Well-
as we deal with, downsizing
Right.
certain
Yeah.
resources that are supporting our flood operations and our levee improvement programs. I mean, I think that's all part of the conversation, but I think the key is within our department is making sure they're all in the same location, the same reporting mechanisms. We can leverage like the LMA reports that come out at the end of the year and reported to on a schedule to the flood board. And so aligning that data collection process, planning, looking backwards on what we did or didn't get done, we being the global we, the local LMAs and the department and our partners, and then also looking forward on what we're doing next year. So I don't think, from my perspective, when we look at what we've written, that there's a lot of new work that say it's not funded.
Well, as you go down the road, the tool that was developed to assess risk on the Delta Islands to be the essential body of information going forward for figuring out what levees ought to be improved, in what order, with what resources. Well, the what resources is different. But all of that requires updating, and that will require money spent, state money spent. What's DWR's commitment to maintaining that file, that risk database?
Well, I think that's all part of the risk management that we have in the Delta. So I can commit to the resources we have. I can't commit to what the future needs might be. And so I think it's, I mean, we can second guess what that.
No, I understand you can't commit to state funds that aren't appropriated. So, but I am looking for, as the director, what your view is of the information tool that has been developed that only makes sense if it's updated in the future. Because if it isn't updated, your dream study, which had a lot of good information, was undercut by its termination. And then anybody who didn't like something in that dream study has, for the last 8 years, dismissed it as irrelevant in public and in private, which is unfair to it. And we could end up in the same situation with our levy investment strategy. Not the specific recommendations of islands in what order, but really the underpinnings of it, which is the information. So, you know, so in other words, if we are going to have a set of recommendations in the Delta Plan as opposed to regulation, then the MOU has to mean that going forward, those three agencies have a, you know, common set of purposes. To the extent that some people in DWR, the flood board, didn't really welcome Delta Stewardship Council being involved in, you know, prioritizing levies, that's understandable. You know, you've been doing the work and they've had their role, but the legislature gave us this responsibility. So as a result, we're now being asked to do something that has been really in your charge. So I would want to know that if we're going to do it on a good faith basis, which is what an MOU is, and a set of recommendations, that DWR, from the point of view that you can say now, is committed to a couple of things. One, the ability to pay development of a process to figure out which reclamation districts need state help in what amount. So a share of cost thing, that it's not just going through the motions, but if we get somewhere, then you know, it'll be implemented. And secondly, that the information that's been developed be continuing updated. Because, you know, we go to public meetings and I was with you at some of them, people say, well, this isn't correct, that barn isn't there, or this is there and that isn't there, and so the risk profile is wrong for this island. And the answer is, really? Okay, well, give us that information so we can improve it, right? So it's constant improvement. So to do that, sort of to adaptively manage our own levy investment strategy, we need together to commit to asking the legislature and future administrations to help fund something that presumably provides better information for everybody, but certainly for those who are charged with the protection that you are.
Well, okay, you said a couple things that are really important, and that's and it's, as you ask that question, and so I kind of feel like you're directing that at the department.
Right.
But we is important, because that's the power to me is the MOU. So it's we need to go talk to the legislators. So that's what the MOU does. Right. To me is we are agreeing, committing, not just kind of felt like there's more faith in your comment than this is ink, this is being memorialized, and our commitment are being the three entities here to work and committing to do what you just said. I mean, that's why we're both here. Yeah. This is important. I mean, I think that's what we're trying to say by coming here and addressing your question.
Right.
But I also want to say, it is we. This is not the department's got to go get money to go do this. This is the three entities have got to work together, and I think the MOU is an important aspect to lay that out. So we have the flexibility, and we do a lot of adaptive management right now. I just came from an Orville presentation, so as we kind of roll with the punches, we take what we learn. Just like in Orville, and when I'm going to go back to our unified command, it takes all three of us to do this. And I think I just want to kind of highlight that. I want to make sure we can't do it without you. And I think what I'm hearing also is you can't do it without us. And that's what we're committing to by the MOU approach and its implementation plan. And that's the action part of this.
Exactly.
And we can agree to do lots of things, but in the end, I thought Jessica laid it out pretty nice. The implementation is an important part of that. What are those expectations, both short-term and long-term?
Well, I would agree. It's us, too. And so I guess my question is based on wanting to hear, in your own words,
okay,
what the department's commitment is to maintenance of the database.
Well, I mean, that it all comes, I see where your question comes back to funding. So to the extent that, and I think so we're committed to do that with, we're living within the means of our budgets and expectations. Sure. And again, that's where the we part is important as we reach across and look for resources to address that need. The other thing, I think there's some power in becoming one plan for what is our levy strategy within the Central Valley. Because that's integrating that, which I think there needs to be better integration between north and south of Delta and the Delta and how it's all connected together. That's important. So that process to assess that risk, and the Delta is a unique place with special funding opportunities and challenges. And so the key is, how we look at those risks and how they all connect with each other is super important. As I always want to end up putting my emergency management on, and it's important to kind of what is that information, what is the best available information. It does change. I want to acknowledge that. In some cases, though, we get caught up on some of these finer details, not to pick on the barn too much, but it's a changing landscape out there, right?
Right.
And so there's different things that we work through, and so we need to, and a lot of times we end up looking at the negative stuff versus, like right now, we just went through a historic hydrologic event, and the system worked pretty well. Not everywhere. There were some pretty serious problems, but we took on a lot of water within our systems, and the improvements we've made over the recent years with, some bond funding, some other federal match, worked. And so trying to make sure we also acknowledge those improvements and those new challenges that were identified during this type of an event need to be plugged into that process. So we're committing to do that. I hope we're doing that on a daily basis. Now, we can work on what we all think the data should be, but the department needs to do that. But we need to do it together. We need to report that to the board. We need to make sure that you are engaged and part of the communication process and ultimately some decision making.
Pat, if I could shed some light, because Susan and I had the opportunity to be a part of a committee that helped to create this MOU, and there's an understanding behind it that there is a need to standardize inspections. There's a need to standardize the way information is reported. There's a need to identify how that information is received and processed. There is a need to determine who will be responsible for the decision support tool and how the data that's collected will be implemented into that to improve it. Those are precisely the kinds of things that the work plan we anticipate will get at. And it's my hope that the discussions will continue. We can do our part, DWR can do their part, the flood board, if they agree to this approach tomorrow at their meeting, that by the end of the year, we'll have a work plan pretty much lined up.
So to beat this dead horse, and then I'll stop, I promise. The list of things that Randy cited that would benefit from standardization, Do you agree with his description of that?
Yes. Yeah, I think we work towards that now, but I think we can improve more. And again, to me, that's the benefit of, I guess, consolidating some of our technical experts and making sure we're using common platforms and systems. And in some cases, rechecking our definition of something. So we're all, when I say all, we all, it's not just our 3 agencies. It's the local maintaining agencies, it's those other interests that are out there as we work to make sure we're all speaking the same language. So yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's what he wanted to hear. Any other questions?
I can read the requested action, if
Please.
that would help. So staff are requesting approval of the revisions to the DLIS amendment in attachment 3 to be included as the proposed project in the environmental review of this and other proposed Delta Plan amendments. This council-approved revision would be analyzed along with a reasonable range of alternatives in the EIR that will be prepared for all of the currently proposed Delta Plan amendments. Staff recommends that council approval of attachment 3 be contingent upon the flood board's approval of the MOU and associated joint implementation plan, which is set forth in attachment 1, without modification at its board meeting tomorrow. Final approval of the amendment, as well as other proposed Delta Plan amendments, will not be taken by the council, as you know, until all environmental review is complete. So with that, respectfully ask for your vote.
That's the recommended action. Ken? Yes.
Okay. I move the staff recommendation is just read by the executive director. Okay?
Councilmember Weinberg moves. Councilmember Damrell seconds. Any discussion? We'll show vote.
Tatai and I.
Fiorini, aye.
Thompson, aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. Jessica, do you have anything further?
No, I just wanted to thank everyone for coming. Jeet, thank you for coming, and Cindy and Bill, thank you.
Yes, very much appreciated. Thank you. I think it was very helpful.
Thanks for being
And
on call.
we look forward to our continued work together. Good. All right. We have a request to move file item 10 up in front of the lead scientist report. So at this time, we will take up file item number 10, discussion of draft amendment of Delta Plan refinements for performance measures.
Okay, thank you. And coming to the table, we have Terry Gaines and Ron Melser on our planning staff. Okay,
Should I wait for Randy to return?
I think proceed.
We have his capable.
Yeah,
second
Vice
in
Chair
command.
is in command.
Okay. So good afternoon, council members. I'm happy to be here today. Ron Melser and I are here today to seek your approval of the draft performance measures refinement amendment for the purposes of analysis in a draft Environmental Quality Act program environmental impact report that will be prepared for this and the other Delta Plan amendments under consideration. As you are aware, council staff have been working on this complex task of developing and refining the outcome and output performance measures for several years, way before Ron and I joined council staff. In February 2016, the council approved Appendix E, which was the first round of the output and outcome performance measures. And since then, under the leadership of our lead scientist, Dr. Dom, and with the support of science program staff, the performance measures team has continued to refine the performance measures using best available science and in response to external expert review and public comments received. This has been a challenging task, and I sigh because it's been a really challenging task. I want to thank the entire team at the council, and I also especially want to thank some of the council members themselves who have worked so hard to get us to this point. I'd also like to thank the Independent Science Board, the external expert reviewers, the public, and the stakeholders who have provided valuable input into this process. During the informational briefings to you during the March, April, and May council meetings, we've provided the details of the specific performance measures to inform you of our progress and get your input. So unless you would like otherwise, I wasn't planning on going through the details of the performance measures this afternoon. Go through the changes a little bit later. During these briefings, we also highlighted the inherent complexities of this task, as was apparent in the multiple iterations of some of the more challenging performance measures we shared and discussed with you over the course of the last few months. The performance measures included in the draft amendment have been refined to include targets that are quantifiable and date certain. And to the extent possible, we have refined these performance measures to be responsive and reflect public comments received. Although we know it's hard to make everyone happy and realize it's not our job to make everybody happy, that's not the purpose of the performance measures. We are confident that where we have landed reflects the best available science. Instead, the purpose of these performance measures is to provide measurable indicators of progress with Delta Plan implementation, which is fundamental in determining the success of the Delta Plan in meeting the co-equal goals. So I'd like to call your attention to the attachments included in your packet. Attachment 1 shows the proposed amendment language. We've also provided attachment 2, which is the red line version, red line strikeout version. This has the proposed amendment language as compared to Appendix E. And then for your reference, we prepared a little highlights document that highlights the major changes from Appendix E that was approved last year to these refined performance measures today. And as an added bonus, we have a little errata sheet, which you guys should have all received as well. Not initially, but after the fact. So I did think it would be helpful to highlight some of the higher level differences between the February 2016 Appendix E version and the proposed amendment, and this information is also provided in the staff report. This current refinement process has resulted in a decrease of the total performance measures to 29. We have 29 output and outcome performance measures in the amendment. And this change reflects that, what we refer to as 6.11, non-native plants, was combined with 4.10, which is invasive species. We added an additional sub-metric to the flows performance measure, the inflow and percent outflow. And we've recommended removing 2 of the performance measures. I discussed this at the last meeting. 5.4, which was minimize habitat project impacts because the intended output is adequately addressed as part of the requirements of CEQA. And also the 5.7, which is the value-added crop processing trends. We have a lack of data on that, and it's covered in the administrative measure, or DPR8, promote value-added crop processing. And as I have also mentioned before, we're postponing the refinement of 5 of the Chapter 4 performance measures. That's the Protect, Restore, and Enhance the Delta Ecosystem chapter. And we're doing this in response to public comment, and because we are going to start the upcoming, they'll be refined as part of the upcoming amendment to this chapter that we hope to be starting later this year. We did, however, keep flows, which is 4.2, and invasive species, and in this amendment. And then finally, the 2 performance measures, 3.6 agricultural efficiency, which was an output measure, and 3.8 groundwater depletion, which was an outcome measure, were converted to administrative measures. All right. And then, like I mentioned, over the past several months, we've gone into detail on the performance measures. But I just wanted to highlight that since last month's presentation, we've made a few minor changes. And these were primarily in response to additional input from stakeholders. And those include a few Chapter 5 performance measures we've updated to reflect updated resources, and this has been in coordination with the Delta Protection Commission. We made a minor change to the language in the North Bay Aqueduct performance measure and to be more inclusive. And then we updated a few of the water quality performance measures to reflect best available science and in response to public comment. And then I'd also like to note that since sending out the meeting materials, we did notice that the refinements we made to the toxicity performance measure 6.9 were not reflected in attachments 1 and 2, and instead are included on your errata sheet. And hopefully that's the only error in getting these materials out. And in the motion, or in the recommendation, we're going to ask for a little flexibility on that. So that's really all I have, and I'd like to open it up to your questions and comments.
Council questions, comments? Susan, and then Skip.
Thank you for all your hard work on a very, very difficult topic of performance measures. In reading the Delta Levy Investment Strategy agenda item 8C attachment 2, on pages, let's see here, starting on page 56, I have a question on
Page
56.
Which attachment are you on, Susan?
The Delta Levy Investments.
File item 8C, attachment 2, page 46.
56.
56,
yeah.
which is the levy investment strategy.
Yeah, so on page 56, 50, and 57, there are output performance measures, and I just wanted to confirm that these have been through your process.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And they should be exactly the same.
Okay, Skip.
Get back to where I was.
Okay.
6.2.
6.2. So that's file item 10, attachment 1, page
17.
Yes.
Page 17. Everybody out there got that? Good.
A couple of quick questions. In your first two targets talk about salinity and at least 99% of the time to be in compliance. I'm told by my staff that the water management agencies are already required under California water rights and the Resource Control Board to meet salinity objectives 100% of the time. So could you explain to me that 1% difference?
That's why Ron's here.
I would say that we are leaving room for statistical noise or over long time periods, some space for targets not to be met.
Okay. Also on 6.2, the metric for urban water quality is specified in terms of electrical conductivity, but the State Resource Control Board urban water quality standards are in terms of chloride concentration.
Cliff, you want to wow us with TMDLs?
I'm not sure I'm going to be very insightful about this. I do not know. I can tell you the difference between the two.
That would be helpful.
Or could we, since it seems to be an area that we don't have a good answer, could we at least come back?
Sure, we can do that, but I think just the differentiating between salinity and chloride might be useful.
So my staff recommendation is that we reinstate having performance measures for urban drinking water in terms of chloride concentrations.
I'll give you one thought that I had about this, and the reason probably for using conductivity is it can be measured continuously with a sensor that is making measurements on a regular basis. Chloride is a single anion dissolved in the water that cannot be measured effectively constantly. It has to be sample taken back to a lab and a measurement made to measure the amount of chloride in there. Because you can sometimes infer chloride concentration by conductivity, particularly in brackish and saline water. That's probably used more when you're working in an estuary or in a coastal ocean zone. But when you're working in a freshwater environment, the continuous measurements of conductivity is what I usually see being used because chloride cannot be used. Because you could have, for example, a fairly high conductivity water and it's made up of the anion sulfate or the anion bicarbonate and not be chloride. So there is a differentiation between what type of anion is there. Conductivity gives you a measurement of all salts dissolved in the water. Chloride is one specific anion in that water.
Well, if I understood the answer, I'd say, okay. No.
You're
But
covered.
I just want to make sure that it's on the record and that we can we revisit the issue if it becomes an issue?
Sure. Sure.
I would just add that, in terms of chloride, just kind of being aware of it, it's mostly as it affects irrigation. So if we're looking at overall drinking water quality, salinity is something, especially urban drinking water quality, salinity is something that would have more meaning on a broader basis. Chlorides is important, but it's really important to, irrigation water and sensitive irrigation water. And the two kind of go hand in hand. You want to look at salinity and chlorides, and it gets back to the type of plants that it's being used on. But I'm not sure the intention of this metric is just to measure urban drinking water quality, which, I think everybody in urban areas looks at salinity, and I'm back to sort of my back and forth with Cliff on conductivity.
Conductivity, which is given in
versus
microsiemens per centimeter versus total dissolved solids. Yes, exactly.
But I think that's the issue, Supervisor Thompson. It's just broader than just irrigation.
I'll let my colleagues ask the other questions.
All right. Anyone else? Then I think we're ready to receive public comment. Do we have any requests to address? That almost rhymes. Request to address.
It's getting late.
Easily entertained. Okay, thank you. Michael Brodsky, I do not see him present. Sam Safi, by now, Sam, I should know that. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, council member, staff, and member of publics. Sam Safi with Regional SAN. I'm a civil engineer and policy and planning department. We appreciate the cooperation of the staff on working with us to improve the performance measure and other Delta Plan amendments. We have provided over time detailed comments to make sure that Delta Plan amendments are consistent with the state and regional water boards' ongoing efforts such as TMDL, Basin Plan, SGMA, Delta Nutrient Research Plan. We're happy to say that most of our comments have been incorporated into the amendments and the performance measures. Although we still have a couple of suggestions that we couldn't get on time to the staff regarding the proposed timeline, targets, and outcomes of the performance measures for being consistent with the above mentioned statewide and regional efforts. For example, performance measure 6.1 proposes a baseline of 2010 integrated report. 2014 and 2016 integrated report has been approved by regional boards, and the State Water Board hearing to approve the 2014-16 integrated report is on October 3rd of 2017. Though the report will not be considered final until US EPA approves it, we suggest that using most recent data from 2014 and 16 integrated report as a baseline should be considered. Second, performance measure 6.8, it states, quote, meet the limit and targets identified by the Delta Nutrient Science and Research Program by 2027. Although that's a mostly accurate statement, but according to the program's own timeline, the earliest expected changes in the Delta water quality resulting from potential new requirement imposed by the Central Valley Water Board would be expected in 2035-40 time frame. And this comment can also apply to performance measure 6.10. Thank you.
Excuse me,
Thank you, Sam.
you said 20, we have 2034 as the target for 6.8?
It says to meet the limit and target identified by Delta Nutrient Science and Research Program by 2027.
2034 is in the updated draft.
Is it? Must have missed that. Well, thank
Okay.
you.
So it's in keeping with what you were recommending.
Yeah,
Great.
exactly. The only other point that I would recommend is to consider the 2014 and 16 integrated report as a baseline. And like Council Member Skip Thompson suggested, it's not an issue. If there is a issue, something if we can look in the future into it, that would
Okay.
be great.
Okay.
Thank you, Council Members and the staff.
Sam, thank you. Any other comments? Yes. Thank you, Amanda. Nancy Van Meter.
Thank you so much, members of this group. My city just recently was approved a $300,000 grant from the EPA for a study of our boat launch area.
That's the city of Pittsburgh.
Yes. Possibly because it was a major military installation at one time. We used to attract quite a few ships coming in, taking the military off to war. And so we have a lot of, at one time, very heavy industry coming and going. So we received $300,000 for this EPA study. As a citizen, could you possibly tell me what a timeline is for the EPA study and how far or how long will $300,000 allow us to see whether or not we make any kind of a environmental impact on our area? And are there other EPA studies in the other regions that were at one time very heavy caustic environmental causes that are no longer along our waterways? So I just curious, what is 300,000 a drop in the bucket? Because
Nancy, I think.
The reason why I'm asking is our EPA is being dismantled, and do we need to put pressure on our government officials to demand more inspection being done than just my city? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Any other comments? Then
Mr. Very quickly, a general comment. Some of the performance measures apply to parts of the plan that aren't being amended. When those parts come back to be amended, will the performance measures be looked at that time as well?
Well,
Yeah, every time we amend the Delta plan, we will also revisit its associated performance measures, yes.
Yeah, in fact, at the last meeting, we were told that the Chapter 4 amendment, the ecosystem chapter amendment, they were withholding the work on that pending the outcome of that amendment's work.
And as Dr. Dom always reminds me, it's really important to have fairly static performance measures, but if we significantly change the plan, then we'll also want to modify the associated performance measures.
And you can always add.
Yes. Okay, remind us again what the requested action is.
So we are asking the council to approve Attachment 1 to the staff report as the project description for the purposes of conducting environmental review. We also ask the council to delegate authority to the executive officer to correct any errors, typos, and make other non-substantive clarifications in response to issues identified during the environmental review process. And once environmental review is complete, to make necessary formatting changes to the proposed language in order to present it to the council for consideration as an amendment to the Delta Plan rather than the standalone format that you've been considering.
Terry, if I can just clarify, it's Attachment 1 with the errata.
With the errata, yes.
For 6.9 with the correction sheet.
Yes. Thank you for that. Yes.
Okay, you've heard the recommendation from staff. Councilmember Thompson moves. Councilmember Tatayan seconds. Discussion on the matter? Ken.
Realized there was a comment we got from Jennifer Pierre, State Water Contractors, this morning about the measure that looks at Fall X2, and I think the comment was we may be taking a more stringent approach than what's being discussed. Does staff have a response to that, or how we would address that?
Well, I think we are open, and we have it in the performance measure to be responsive to the state board's process.
Okay.
Ready for the question?
Weinberg, aye.
Fiorini, aye. Motion passes unanimously. Staff, thank you very much for a lot of hard work. And thank you for those of you that have remained all day. We have one more item. The file item number 9, the lead scientist report. Dr. Dom?
Well, thank you all for staying with us. I know I am the last thing between now and adjournment, and it's been a long day, but I do have a few things that I think will be of interest to the council and to the audience that I would like to share. The first item that I wanted to mention is resiliency strategy for Sacramento Valley salmon was just recently released by the Natural Resources Agency. This came out before the materials were put together for your packets. This is something that I've read, and I will summarize to you some of the key points in this at our next council meeting. At about the same time, there was also a update, a progress report on the Delta Smelt Resiliency Strategy. This was issued in 2016. I discussed it with you about a year ago. And the first year's activities and some of their assessment of how things are going on this strategy will be something that I will also share with you next month. We have 6 items to present, and the first one that I want to have briefly summarized for you is by one of our staff members who's worked long and hard on this. This is the drought management and Science Synthesis Report. Yumiko Hannaberry, she goes by the name of Yumi, would like to just spend a few minutes talking about this effort and updating you as to what we are trying to accomplish.
Great, thank you, Cliff, and thank you, Chair Fiorini and council members.
Welcome.
Thank you. I just wanted to spend less than 3 minutes to provide a brief summary and update of the drought management and science synthesis that the science program is supporting. This report is being written because it fulfills topic 1A of the high impact science actions, which was a list of high priority cross-agency near-term actions that were endorsed by the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee in 2015. 1A states to conduct a technical review of current reports concerning the drought to identify what is known about effects of the drought, as well as to determine gaps in knowledge and topics not covered in past synthesis efforts. Using results from the review, conduct a lessons learned workshop to create a set of metrics to monitor key indicators of drought impacts. So the product has evolved a bit under guidance from both the Delta Agency Science Work Group and the Synthesis Report Planning Committee. And again, the DASW being the science managers who are appointed by DPIC to guide the development of the high impact science actions, and the Synthesis Report Planning Group being members from both state and federal agencies, and as well as stakeholders that we requested to help guide and oversee the synthesis report development. So rather than a workshop, the product is going to be a readable document focused towards individuals who will be tasked with making management decisions related to the next drought. The report will provide an overview of key management actions that took place during the most severe period of the past drought and what science was used or not used in making those decisions. The document will also provide a summary of what happened to 3 key aspects of the Delta during those years and any potential ties to management actions. Those 3 aspects are the Delta ecosystem, water supply and quality, and agriculture and economy. So the UC Davis Center for Water Sciences, Watershed Sciences has been tasked with leading this effort. I will also be a contributing author with a focus on links between science and policy. This report complements other existing reports related to drought, including the Interagency Ecological Programs, Management Analysis and Synthesis Teams, Drought Synthesis, which focuses on the aquatic system in the Bay Delta, as well as the Public Policy Institute's multi-year endeavor to cover various statewide issues related to this drought. So the IEP Mass Report will be really valuable information for this effort, and then our focus specifically on the Delta will be very complementary to PPIC's statewide effort. So the final report is anticipated for early 2018, and we will also be providing an update in the fall regarding the development of the report. So thank you. I can take any questions.
Yumi, thank you. Any questions of Yumi about this important work? Great, thanks. We have a lot of confidence in you.
Let's hope we're not into drought in 2018 when the report comes out.
Yeah, let's hope.
Okay, a couple other things I'll go through very quickly. The paper that I selected that I wanted to share with you is a paper that was recently published in May in Estuaries and Coasts. This is a paper looking at longfin smelt. You hear a lot about delta smelt. You hear a lot less about longfin smelt. But longfin smelt is a threatened species for the state of California. And so this is a species that's also of concern. This paper is basically trying to fill in some really important gaps in our knowledge about longfin smelt, and in particular, where do the babies, where do the larvae live within the greater delta? And actually in the Bay. And so this paper that was published asks 4 main questions. The first one is, do these larval longfin smelt like open water, or do they like edges? No, then the answer to that was they are spawning in shallow waters, and you're finding a lot of the larvae in the shallow waters, in the edges. Second question is, in these shallow water habitats, what are some of the physical and chemical conditions that seem to be conducive for them doing well? And things that were shown to be clearly good conditions for these larvae or the longfin smelt water temperature. So again, there's a temperature requirement, much like there is with delta smelt. Warmer, too high of temperatures are problematic. And they also are affected by salinity. They like moderate levels of salinity, and food web, what kind of food resources are available. There was also a question of whether these small fishes vary in their density when you sample the shallow waters versus when you sample the deep waters. No differences were found, so they are, once spawned and born, they do also move out into the deep water, so they're found in both habitats. And then the fourth question they ask is, what factors affect longfin smelt larval hatching and survival? Water clarity and salinity were the two factors that seemed to be most important for the success of these. Water depth, water temperature, and variations year to year had smaller effects on these fish. So this is filling in the gaps information on a fish that may ultimately become more and more prominent as its populations currently are in the threatened range, but there is concern about its long-term health in the Delta. There's a poster up. I will summarize the poster in basically 2 sentences. One is, how do fish use tidal wetlands? We're going to be restoring a lot of tidal wetlands. The mechanisms that have been used in the past to sample them involve destructive sampling. You take a net, you capture them, you identify them. Often you will potentially kill them. Are there methods that are non-invasive that can be used that can actually give us information on sensitive native fish species? And this becomes more and more important as an issue as some of these populations get smaller and smaller and smaller. So this is a poster about a method that actually uses cameras and actually identifies and tries to enumerate fish using a non-invasive technique. So if you're interested in this emerging technology, it's on the poster over there. The next item that I had on to brief you on is something that I know you will hear in considerable detail when I think you next meet with the Delta Water Master, Michael George. Michael George came, I guess now about 18 months ago, to the council with an idea that he wanted to see if he could get a group of people together to support. And that idea was, can we more quantitatively measure the amount of consumptive water use for all the various types of crops that are grown within the Delta? And there are a number of methods available to do that. What he envisioned doing was to do a comparison between multiple methods, not be reliant on just a single method. And ultimately, he pulled together teams of researchers that use 7 different methods. Some of the methods are involved with instrumentation, for example, micrometeorological instrumentation at a field scale. Others are things that are making measurements based on airplane-based instruments. Others that are using satellite-based instruments. So things have moved on, and they've had now some of the results are coming in from 2015 estimates and 2016 estimates. Some of the, I think, interesting early results, and again, these are preliminary results, is that there are a range of water uses for different crops that range between about 2 feet of water per acre of land to about 4 feet of water per acre of land. So different crops have different needs. One of the things that is a strong correlate between how much water an agricultural field uses is how much vegetation is there. So a well-developed, for example, pear field versus a young, early stage development of those trees, amount of water that uses scales very nicely to that. So that's something that you can measure with a remote sensing tool. And so getting good estimates of consumptive use of various crops throughout the Delta is the goal of this. And we're starting to see some of the, I think, first 2-year data results coming in, and I'm sure that Michael George is going to do a much more detailed, and he's going to go into more detail on what the methods are and how the methods intercompared. If there's variation between methods, why are we seeing those kind of variation? And ultimately, I think The end result of this will be a very effective tool for estimating consumptive use at the scale of the delta. Randy, did you have a question?
Yeah, could you remind us which university is supporting this effort?
Multiple universities are actually involved. So with the 7 different methods, there are multiple institutions involved. I know there are representatives, probably not get them all off the top of my head, but Cal Poly is involved, UC Davis is involved, UC Berkeley is involved. I believe there may be 1 or 2 others.
Okay, good. I just wanted to hear Cal Poly mentioned.
Okay, there you go. The last item before I ask Catherine to come up and give you a quick update on the by the numbers is the last of the 14 summary papers that were produced as a byproduct of the State of Bay Delta science effort. So this, as many of you know, has gone on for about 18 months. Pulling together these papers. I have now, this is the 14th of those papers that I have summarized briefly for you. The last of the papers that I'm going to summarize is a paper that is titled Contaminant Effects on California Bay Delta Species and Human Health. The lead author is Stephanie Fong, and this was published in the December 2016 issue of San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Science. This paper tried to pull together the information that we have available to us on the effects of contaminants in the Delta. 6 classes of contaminants were examined within the paper. Metals and metalloids, that's jargon that probably doesn't mean much to you, but things like mercury and selenium would be under that category. Second one are persistent organic pollutants. These would be things that probably you would have heard of, like PCBs and DDTs and things of that type. Ammonia and ammonium, which is an issue relative to pH and water quality. Pesticides, there's a wide suite of pesticides. The paper particularly focused on pyrethroid pesticides. Pharmaceuticals and personal care products, such as antibiotics and microplastics. And finally, cyanotoxins. And cyanotoxins are a suite of contaminants that are associated with harmful algal blooms that periodically have occurred within the Delta. So this review article goes into a variety of then summaries on each of those 6 groups. I won't go into a whole lot of detail here today. I did want to point out that they do have evidence that contaminants are playing some significant roles in terms of water quality and its effect on food webs and on living organisms within the system. They ended up publishing this paper, and I know that it's generated some interesting discussion. It's a provocative paper written by some authors that know contaminants. And it's generated some controversy that are reflected in 2 sentences from the abstract, which I'm going to read to you. And these 2 sentences are, new analyses presented in this paper show significant correlations between pyrethroid use and declining abundance of the pelagic fish species. Water sampled from the Bay Delta causes multiple deleterious effects in fish, and Delta smelt collected from the Bay Delta exhibit contaminant effects. So this is based on a weight of evidence. They have a number of different lines of evidence they use to come to this conclusion. There's been discussion about whether they have overreached on coming to this conclusion. I wanted to quote from one of our independent science board members, who is an ecotoxicologist who is very, very well versed on this topic, and that's Tracy Collier. So Tracy, I talked to Tracy about reporting this out to you, and I wanted to get his thoughts, and he wrote me a note, and he basically said that he had given a presentation at a recent contaminant workshop in UC Davis, and he said, he sent me a quote that he was quoted from that meeting, and he told me that this is a pretty accurate portrayal of what he said, and I'll just finish my report on this with this quote. He said, "We hesitate to say that pesticides are causing fish declines, yet we do say that flow causes declines. It's not really flows or any other stressor individually. It's the combination of stressors that's hard to manage. And so, again, coming back to this idea of multiple stressors interacting and understanding multiple stressors and their interactions is really key to understanding some of the problems of the Delta when it comes to water quality. Yeah.
Cliff, at some future time, or maybe in something that staff sends us about something else happening, we could get more information on that, like are we getting better, are we getting worse, and what can we do on this whole contaminant issue, including the one you highlighted?
Yeah, I'll be happy to follow up a bit on that. I think a couple things also that I can that I can probably do in the short term that might be useful is I'll put Tracy Collier said he would be more than happy to come chat with you about that. It was in his email. It'd be very easy to put together, I think, a pretty high-quality group of people, including some of the authors of this review, and actually have that discussion. I think you might find it quite informative. So that might be something we could do in the short term.
When I saw the article, the first person I called was Cliff and said, "Have you seen this?" I thought it was significant. And I know that since the inception of the Delta Stewardship Council, there have been concerns about the accumulation of pyrethroids in the sediment in the rivers, and that there had been some work done in the American River showing the correlation between the accumulation of pyrethroids and the demise of invertebrate aquatic species that the fish depend upon for their food supply. So we've known for a long time that that's a significant stressor. But I don't know that, I think more research is just beginning to come to light.
And the one thing that I would also, to address Patrick's question, is there are some emerging methods that allow these researchers to look at sublethal effects on a variety of these aquatic species. So not something that has to be so high that it kills the organism, but that it might change its behavior or its reproductive success or something like that. And giving an update on some of these methods might be useful also, so you understand the strengths and limitations of the data that are available.
I can't help but add that the performance measures that you just endorsed will also aid greatly in the long-term tracking of those trends.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. So, end of a long day. Catherine, take us home.
Hi,
Hello,
Catherine.
council members and Chair Fiorini. I will make this very brief. I think everybody's excited to get home. So overall, we have some great looking numbers to present to you, with the exception of a couple. All the values presented, which were generated as of noon yesterday, are above 100% of their historical averages. I also, before I forget, wanted to take a quick moment to thank all of you for completing and giving your feedback on the survey I sent out. I really appreciate it, and it definitely provided us with some great insight. And in the interest of keeping this meeting short, next month's meeting I will kind of detail the changes that we've gone through and outline those in better detail, which includes more detail on salinity conversations that Ken brought up. So as you see, the precipitation, all of those numbers are doing really well. What I really wanted to focus on was the snowpack, which is particularly striking. As of this month, we have 3 inches of snow water equivalent in the Northern Sierra. And just to show you, this is 16 inches less than last month. So I think everybody's felt the heat wave, and it's very visible when you look at the differences in the snowpack. If you're looking at the Central Sierra, this month we have 7 inches, and it's 22 less inches than we reported last month. And then the statewide average, currently 4 inches of snow water equivalent, and this is 18 inches less than last month. Moving on to water supply, all the numbers are above 100% except for Oroville, which is because of the construction that is still going on. Our numbers for flow are also well above the average, which is great to see. The salinity numbers are low. And just to quickly move on to our fish numbers for the month, our salvage is similar to last month. It is still at 0. And this month, the number we're reporting on is going to be the 20 millimeter survey, which is presented in the 16-year average. And so while it is slightly better than last year's, it is still in the red. And that is all. Questions?
Questions of Catherine?
I might make one comment, and that is, since we had the discussion about salinity units, and you saw the microsiemens per centimeter being down around 100 in those three values you just showed, if you want to convert that to TDS, which Ken likes to do, but he's not here, that would be something on the order of a 70 TDS, a very low salinity, reflecting the very, very large amounts of fresh water that are in the system right now.
Good point. We have one request for public comment on this item. Catherine Borges. Welcome.
It's not
Yes,
on.
it's
Now
on.
it is. Okay. Disclaimer real quick. I'm speaking as a member of the public. I do not work in the sports fishing industry. However, my husband does. So it literally does put a roof over my head and clothes on my back. And I have knowledge of sports fishing because of my husband being in that industry. An additional item of note for people that are not familiar with the sports fishing industry is that sports fishermen are pro-fish. Fishermen understand that all fish are connected. So to begin, and I know this is not an action item that you vote on, but as far as information goes, that's what my comments are regarding, is the handout that was on the table today. To begin, on page 2, first paragraph states that water diversions can be restricted to protect longfin smelt, making them a species of great economic importance. Currently, longfin smelt are not of great economic importance in the sports fishing nor human consumption industries. So this statement needs supporting data and figures cited. While page 2 states that 4 main questions were answered, there are parts that seem to contradict this, like larval fish are found at salinities much higher than previously recognized. Additionally, it states it is not known where larval longfin smelt rear. It is difficult to address these statements without the supporting data being supplied in advance, as it states in the numbers that it will be supplied at the meeting. I'm assuming this meeting. And how can the public comment or address it without it in advance? So I respectfully request that this information be brought back to the next meeting and addressed again at the next meeting. And thank you very much.
Are you looking for the citation of the article he summarized?
Well, so the part that I just talked about, making them a species of great economic importance, where's the data? What quantifies great economic importance? Because I can tell you 100% it's not sports fishing or human consumption. How are longfin smelt of great economic importance? And then under the 4 main questions that were answered in the research, it says many larvae were found. Larval fish were also found at salinities much higher than previously recognized. I want the data, that's all.
So you have a summary of the report that lists the authors?
There's a couple of links in this, but
Okay.
it's not footnoted, so some of this, that's what I'm asking for.
Cliff, can we help her pursue this further?
We certainly can, and the sentence, if maybe it's a lack of clarity, but it's not to say that this is an economically important fish. It is that the fact that it's a threatened species that may affect water management issues makes it economically important.
Okay.
Okay.
So do you think that in the future, or maybe on your website or by email, you could supply the data for the rest of this?
The link is
think you
included
have it.
in the lead scientist report, and these come out a week before the council meeting.
And then can we address this again at the next meeting or something like that? Because
We'd be happy to meet with you if you have more specific questions about that article.
Yeah, this just isn't fleshed out. I normally read scientific studies, and when I see a footnote on something, I go and check the footnote and see what the data says there. I read a lot of studies like that.
Be more than happy to provide you the paper and sit down and chat with you about the implications of it, and we can have a discussion and debate. That'd be great.
Okay, thank you.
We're just about done, so connect with Cliff at the end of the meeting. Thank you. Anything further on file item number 9? Then under file item number 11, any further public comment? Yes, Frank.
Dr. Dom. Dr. Dom, you were very patient in trying to teach us a little bit about the measurements of salinity earlier in the day. And you're a remarkable person for your patience and your plain-spoken nature. It's very helpful to me. However, Attorney Tom Zuckerman referred to your comments as sophomoric. On behalf of all attorneys, and I'm one of them, who think they know more than anyone else, I apologize. You really deserve that apology. You don't deserve that comment.
And if I could piggyback on that, I was going to say this anyway, but I have the privilege of serving full-time as your chair, and that puts me in the office a lot. And I get a chance to observe firsthand 60 hard-working staff people. You are exposed to many of them who come before us and make presentations or support this meeting or help to support the documentation that we all review. But I'm troubled when our staff is attacked publicly because this is a hard-working group of professionals, the best I've ever worked with. And I want to compliment Jessica Pearson, her leadership, and every one of our staff members who is dedicated to their craft and really provides the backbone for whatever successes we can achieve as the Delta Stewardship Council. So with that, I now call this meeting adjourned.